The Blue Sky Theater corresponded to Xia royal lord's territory. After countless years of fighting, the masters of the two clans knew each other to some extent. So as soon as the territory lord heard that voice, he could ascertain that it was Cha Hu. Cha Hu answered with no trace of politeness. "What did you call your grandfather for?" The territory lord raged. "A trivial human dares act so arrogant?" Cha Hu snapped back. "A trivial black ink clansman dares to shamelessly boast?" The territory lord was fuming. "Sooner or later, I will slaughter all the humans of your blue sky pass, rip your heart out, and make you beg for death." Cha Hu sneered. "What are you speaking all this nonsense for? Save it for after our fight." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards a space in the void, slamming a fist down with such force that it caused space to tremble. A black shadow emerged, hurriedly retreating. However, he was still struck by the fist and let out a grunt. The territory lord was shocked, not expecting Cha Hu to actually make a move here. In fact, in such battles, masters like them would basically only act as a deterrent. Rarely would they fight in person because everyone knew that there was nothing they could actually do to each other in battle. In the same order, the humans were generally slightly stronger when compared to the Black Ink clan, but this difference became less and less pronounced the higher one's cultivation was. When one reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm or became a territory lord, that difference became quite limited, and when it came to royal lords and 9th Order Old Ancestors, they were basically evenly matched. Moreover, the territory lords outnumbered the 8th Order masters by 1 in this battle, and this advantage in high-level combat power was enough to deter the 8th Order humans from doing anything rash. Only when the Black Ink clan army attacked Blue Sky Pass would the 8th Order humans and the territory lords have a chance to face each other directly. So, there was no way that this territory lord could have ever expected Cha Hu to actually make a move. Not only him, but violent energy fluctuations also suddenly erupted at 2 other spots in the void. It was apparent that Luan and Xie Xiaoping had also joined in, forcing out the territory lords in hiding. "You dare!" The territory lord was furious after eating a small loss from Cha Hu's sudden attack. Before he could finish speaking though, his words were cut short by Cha Hu, who broke out in laughter. "You're still waiting for Zhu Feng? I forgot to tell you, but Zhu Feng is dead. I'm afraid he won't be coming today." "What?" The territory lord was shocked at his words, but he immediately refuted. "Lies!" He was instinctively unwilling to believe Cha Hu's words. After all, Zhu Feng was a territory lord just like himself, so how could he possibly die just like that? After all, he had seen Zhu Feng just a month ago. He thought that Cha Hu was just trying to shake him with an alarming bluff, but in the next instant, his expression changed as he turned his head to glance at that particular human warship. He had paid attention to the performance of this human warship all this while, and it was because of its appearance that the Black Ink clan's defense line collapsed. So this territory lord was nursing a great hatred for Dawning Light. It wasn't the special warship itself that had his attention at this moment though, but rather the small figure that was standing at the front of its deck, holding a drawn bow. As soon as each golden light flew out, a Black Ink clansman was bound to suffer. This territory lord focused his eyesight to the fullest in order to see through the heavy clutter of obstructions, and was shocked when he finally had a clear look of the small figure's face. That human woman, isn't she Zhu Feng's prized Black Ink disciple? Even though he had only seen the young human woman a few times in the past, this territory lord remembered her well. It was because this human woman was extremely strong and was also highly valued by Zhu Feng. But how could she appear on the human side and even kill off their Black Ink clansmen? For a moment, the territory lord's thoughts were in disarray. He could not figure out how the Black Ink disciple Bai Yi had returned to the embrace of the human race. However, since she was here, where had Zhu Feng gone? Could he truly be dead? In fact, he had not been able to feel Zhu Feng's aura all this while. He thought that Zhu Feng was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but he did not see him anywhere even until this moment, so he truly could have met a disastrous fate. This made him feel a little unsettled. While he was distracted, Cha Hu landed a punch on his shoulder, causing his huge body to stumble, drawing a guttural roar from his lips. Before he could steady himself, however, a murderous intent locked in on him, causing the territory lord to freeze up. He turned around in a hurry and was shocked to find that a human had suddenly appeared behind him with 2 fingers raised, cutting down at him like a sword. The sword wave at the tip of his fingers swept over in a flash. The territory lord's body shook wildly. Then a huge wound appeared at his shoulder blade, so deep that the organs could vaguely be seen writhing beneath. As ink-black blood and black ink strength spewed out of the wound, he howled, "Su Bo Liang!" He was truly both shocked and enraged. He was shocked that Su Bo Liang would actually appear here, and enraged because he had been caught unaware by him. A sneak attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not to be underestimated. The territory lord suffered a serious wound, and sword chi was still lingering around it, preventing it from healing. At the same time, the silk-like sword chi was burrowing into his body and causing damage everywhere. He was forced to circulate his energy to suppress the sword chi wreaking havoc inside, instantly reducing the strength he could put out by 20%. What puzzled him the most was how Su Bo Liang could have appeared on this battlefield. According to the information that the Black Ink clan received, Su Bo Liang had been standing guard in the humans' forward base this whole time and did not leave. That was also the reason why there was one more territory lord than 8th Order human on this battlefront. There were originally 4 Black Ink clan territory lords in this resource harvesting area and 4 8th Order humans, an equal number to each other. However, the humans always kept 1 8th Order master at their forward base in case the Black Ink clan's army were to attack. If anything were to happen to the forward base, then it would definitely be a huge loss for the humans. For that reason, in terms of top masters, the Black Ink clan held an advantage. Even if Zhu Feng died, it would still be 3 against 3, so the territory lords had nothing to fear. So, this territory lord never anticipated that Su Bo Liang would suddenly appear in this place like a ghost and even launch a sneak attack on him. It was because he had not conceived of this possibility that he was inadvertently hit. Weren't the humans afraid that their forward base would be wiped out by the Black Ink clan? However, Su Bo Liang left as soon as he finished his attack without any intention of pursuing him. He just nodded lightly at Cha, who before forming a set of hand seals. Soon, a light appeared below Su Bo Liang's feet, and by the time the glow faded, he was already gone. Naturally, it was the universe transference law that he just performed, allowing him to return to the forward base through the universe array of the purifying Black Ink battleship that was moored there. The reason he did not stay behind to fight alongside Cha was that he was worried something might suddenly happen at the forward base. So he had no choice but to maintain his strength and stand guard there. The sneak attack that heavily injured the territory lord should be enough to set the course for the battle. There was no need to ask for more. Even though they could have killed this territory lord if Su Bo Liang stayed behind and joined forces with Cha, nobody could guarantee that the territory lord would not bring one of them down with him in a desperate attempt to fight back. Nearby dawning light, Yang Kai held his azure dragon spear and looked in astonishment at the sudden change. How did Division Commander Su come out from dawning light? The territory lord had no idea why Su Bo Liang would suddenly appear on this battlefield, but Yang Kai had seen everything clearly. Just now, Su Bo Liang had actually walked out from dawning light. Auras flared along with great explosions across the chaotic battlefield. So basically nobody had noticed an extra 8th Order master mixed in among the humans until it was too late. Feng Ying slashed her sword down in front of her and took a breathing spell in between. Some days ago, Division Commander Su left his imprint on Dawning Light's universe array. Yang Kai was surprised at first before grinning. Old ginger is indeed spicier than young ginger. Su Bo Liang had already left his imprint in Dawning Light's universe array, so he could naturally use it to reach the battlefield in an instant, make a sneak attack on the territory lord, and then return to the forward base through the universe array there. His sneak attack could truly be called a masterstroke. Perhaps even the people at the forward base had no idea that Su Bo Liang had crossed a distance of 1 billion kilometers in such a short amount of time and came over here so he could inflict a serious injury on a territory lord. To think the universe array could be used like this, Yang Kai felt his horizons broadening. After composing himself, he looked at the many Black Ink clansmen in front of him. Then, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward and attacked. On the high-level battlefield, Lu En and Xie Xiuping were each facing a territory lord of their own. The difference in strength between them was not obvious though, so they were basically evenly matched in this situation. Neither side could take the other down. However, Chahu was now facing an enemy whose strength had plummeted, allowing him to gain a significant advantage. Under Chahu's flurry of attacks, this territory lord could only defend himself without being able to hit back. The two of them were originally similar in strength, but after incurring a heavy hit from Su Liang, this territory lord was forced to divert some of his strength in order to suppress his injuries. So how could he be a match for Chahu? All sorts of secret techniques poured out, but he remained in a poor situation. Things would only get worse if the fight continued. If Su Liang were to show up again, then he might truly lose his life here. After realizing he was no match for this human, this territory lord immediately had a mind to escape. Chahu could naturally tell what he was thinking and attacked him even more fiercely, as if he wanted to eradicate his existence here and now. The territory lord hissed furiously, "Chahu, if you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish for you." Chahu sneered, "Do you even have that ability?" His tone was mocking, but the look on his face was one of extreme caution. The final desperate resistance of a territory lord was not something that he dared to underestimate. This was also the reason why Su Liang did not stay behind to fight with him. Even if they were fighting 2 against 1, they might still have to pay a painful price. It was a price that the human race could not afford to pay. Any 8th Order master was considered an extremely valuable asset for the humans, and the fall of even one was an unbearable wound. So, when he received news that Zhu Feng had been killed by Yang Kai and a former Black Ink disciple called Bai Yi, Chahu could hardly believe it. However, after learning the details, Chahu realized that Yang Kai and Bai Yi were only able to kill Zhu Feng because they were both abnormally strong and extremely lucky. Part of it also had to do with Zhu Feng underestimating them. Of course, Zhu Feng being in a miserable state from his severe injuries was also one of the reasons. So, even though he held an absolute advantage, Chahu did not dare to push his enemy too hard. Every now and then, he would give the territory lord a ray of hope, an illusion to make him think he could continue to fight. For Chahu, even if he could not kill this territory lord, he would still have to force him to retreat to his Black Ink nest to recuperate for 100 years at least. Time passed as the battle raged on. The Black Ink clan army had been routed. The Black Ink clansmen gathering in this area originally numbered some 20,000 strong. But now, their numbers had been reduced to less than half of that. Even though most of the ones who died were the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen, and the number of casualties among the feudal lords was not that large, the humans' victory was already inevitable. What was even more unbearable to the Black Ink clan was the fact that they had paid such a terrible price for such lackluster results. Not only did they fail to convert any new Black Ink disciples, but they also failed to kill many of the human cultivators. The warships were far too useful a tool on such a battlefield. All of the 5th Order and 6th Order humans were hiding under the protection of their warships, and the only ones who showed up to fight were the 7th Order masters. Without destroying those warships, it was simply impossible for them to kill any of the humans. However, the warships were too well protected. How could it be easy to destroy them? After less than half a day of fighting, the Black Ink clan had destroyed more than 30 human warships, but with the help of nearby squads, the ones who lost their warships were still able to continue fighting. Less than 100 humans had fallen in total, and they had failed to kill even a single 7th Order human. This was also the reason why the Black Ink clan hated and coveted human warships so much. If not for the warships, then the great passes of the humans would have long been conquered by the Black Ink clan. How else could they have put up a fight with the Black Ink clan for all these millennia? It wasn't that the Black Ink clan did not wish to refine their own warships. If the Black Ink clan had their own warships, then the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen would be able to exert far more strength than they could currently. The Black Ink clan had been working tirelessly towards this goal for countless years. However, the humans had always been extremely prudent on matters concerning the refinement of warships. All of the artifact refiners who were involved in the creation of warships were never allowed on the battlefield, and they were also carefully protected at all times. So, the Black Ink clan was strong in will but weak in strength, even if they did wish to convert a few artifact refining grandmasters into Black Ink disciples. To this day, the Black Ink clan still did not possess warships of their own. They were able to refine some ordinary flight-type artifacts, but those were only useful for transportation and not for battle. The Black Ink clan's army was defeated, and the three territory lords were not in very good positions either. Naturally, there was no need to mention Cha Hu's opponent, who could barely hold out against the former's assault. Xie Xiaoping and Lu An's opponents were able to go back and forth with them, but they were still powerless to turn the situation in their favor and had no choice but to watch as their army was destroyed. With Cha Hu leading him on, whether intentionally or not, several large wounds were added to the Black Ink clan territory lord's body, each one of them deep enough that it exposed bone. Black ink blood was flowing out of those wounds, and his aura was no longer at its peak. Seeing that it was only a matter of time until his army was wiped out, this territory lord had no desire to remain any longer. He struck out a fierce blow while forcibly enduring an attack from Cha Hu, forcing him back and giving himself an opening to escape. However, at that moment, a hostile aura suddenly locked onto him and a blazing light shot towards him like lightning from a certain spot in the void. The territory lord could not help but feel his skin tightening, and as he turned his head in horror, his eyes caught sight of an attack resembling a pair of wings rapidly expanding in front of him. On Dawning Light's deck, Bai Yi's eyes shone with a strange light as the territory lord's figure was reflected in them. She slowly lowered her bow and panted heavily, her face looking as pale as a sheet of paper. Clearly, she was the one responsible for the sudden attack. Although she had not left the warship like Yang Kai and the other Seventh Order masters and simply stood at Dawning Light's bow, supporting them with her skillful archery, there were still at least a dozen feudal lords who had died by her hands after half a day of battle. And, with the support of her arrows, Yang Kai and the others were able to slaughter their own opponents without fear. Bai Yi might have been one person, but her inclusion still increased Dawn's overall strength by more than 10%. Prolonged use of archery techniques was a huge drain on Bai Yi's strength, especially her last attack, which was clearly an extremely powerful secret technique that was far more exhausting than her previous strikes. Even Su Boliang was caught unprepared by this attack and was wounded by it, so there was simply no way that the heavily wounded territory lord would be able to resist when he was taken off guard. The unfurled wings sank into the territory lord's chest in an instant. He howled, his voice containing unconcealable fury as his already weak aura dropped by another 20%. It was at this moment that he finally understood why Zhu Feng valued this human Black Ink disciple so much. Indeed, this woman had abilities that were unlike others and were thus worth looking at in a different light. Even though he could want nothing more than to slaughter this woman who ambushed him right here and now to vent his anger, the territory lord knew that escaping from was more important. So, after he had been hit, he did not slow down and rather sped up as he rapidly fled towards the rear. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. From his perception, the territory lord discovered that the human blocking his path was only in the Seventh Order. He was furious. After being heavily injured by Su Boliang's sneak attack, he was unable to defeat Cha Hu. Then he was ambushed by that human girl from afar using her archery skills. He could do nothing about all of the previous setbacks, but now another Seventh Order human came to block his way. Truly, did anyone and everyone have the guts to come and provoke him now? The territory lord spread out his palm and rich black ink strength gathered into a huge ink-black hand seal in an instant, which he brought down fiercely at the arrogant man. Cha Hu, who was giving chase closely behind the territory lord, paled and called out in alarm, "Yang Kai, dodge!" He didn't expect Yang Kai to run here from the battlefield below during this critical moment either, and even blocked the territory lord from escaping. Right now, the territory lord was like a feral animal, so even he had to be careful when facing him, much less a Seventh Order master like Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to be met with some sudden misfortune, then how was Cha Hu going to explain to the army commanders an old ancestor when he returned? In a panic, a layer of blood mist burst out from Cha Hu's body. It was clear that he was burning his blood essence to speed himself up, trying to stop the strike of the territory lord before it hit Yang Kai. However, how could he move faster than the territory lord's attack? Faced with this blow, Yang Kai did not even try to dodge it and just formed a set of hand seals. With a serious expression, he shouted, "Division Commander Cha, allow me to assist." Following the formation of the hand seals, a golden crow cried and a great sun rose into the sky. Following closely behind the great sun, a full moon rose, bathing the world in its icy moonlight. As he manipulated space principles, the sun and moon began circling and time principles spread out. A mysterious energy wove together as the sun and moon rapidly spun. When sun and moon came together, they transformed into a kind of kaleidoscope that spiraled straight towards the oncoming Territory Lord. At that moment, whether it was the Territory Lord or Cha who behind him, they could feel time and space being disrupted, and their minds could not help but freeze for an instant. Even though it was only a brief moment, both the Territory Lord and Cha who still looked shocked. The next moment, the sun and moon divine will smashed into the Territory Lord's body. There was no violent burst of energy, but instead, the Territory Lord felt as if he had just experienced the passing of millions of years in an instant. His aura rapidly weakened and fine cracks had even begun forming on his skin. A strange glow could be seen vaguely beneath those cracks, obstructing the healing of his wounds and also causing his blood to flow out ceaselessly. At the same time, the Territory Lord's fierce attack made contact with Yang Kai's body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in short succession as Yang Kai was sent tumbling out like an arrow released from a taut bow, unable to stop himself as blood constantly spilled from his mouth. The Territory Lord had also spat out a mouthful of ink-black blood as his aura weakened further. Cha, who had already appeared like a ghost above his head and pressed his palm down, shouting in a cold voice, "Die!" The Territory Lord looked terrified. Not even bothering to suppress his wounds, he used everything he had to raise his hand and launched a counterattack. The fierce power had already been released from Cha Hu's hand though, and the Territory Lord's head was blasted open with a loud bang. Rich black ink strength spurted out of his neck mixed together with his ink-black blood. Cha Hu also grunted, his face paling slightly. He had killed the Territory Lord, but that last desperate strike made before his opponent's death still caused his vitality to tumble and his small universe to be disturbed. A trace of black ink strength invaded his small universe and expanded constantly, nourished by the rich world force. If it were in the past, then such a situation would be extremely troublesome for an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They would have no choice but to sacrifice part of their small universe in order to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be at risk of turning into a black ink disciple. However, such a thing was not something for them to be afraid of anymore now that they had purifying light. They could simply wait until the battle was over before scattering the black ink strength. To be honest, neither Cha Hu nor Su Bo Liang, who had ambushed the Territory Lord earlier, had any intentions of taking the latter's life when they fought him earlier. Otherwise, Su Bo Liang would not have returned immediately to the forward base as soon as his sneak attack landed. It would have been completely possible for him to stay behind and join hands with Cha Hu to kill the enemy. That was because the two of them knew that even if they joined forces, they may not have the chance to kill off this Territory Lord, and even if they did manage to succeed, the price they would have to pay would not be small. Their best option was to simply deal a heavy blow to him. However, at the critical moment, Bai Yi and Yang Kai's actions made it possible to kill this Territory Lord. Whether it be Bai Yi's arrow or Yang Kai's secret technique, both of them were far more powerful than what Seventh-Order humans could normally produce, knocking down the Territory Lord's momentum again and again, further worsening his injuries. The two Seventh Orders had created such a good opportunity for him that if Cha Hu did not succeed, it would have been a disservice to their efforts. Even so, he was wounded by the desperate counterattack made before his opponent's death, which showed just how dangerous fights between masters at their level could be. Turning his head, he glanced in Yang Kai's direction, slightly worried at his condition. This brat had taken a direct hit from a Territory Lord, but hopefully, nothing too serious had happened to him. Feng had already rushed over to Yang Kai's side to support him at this moment and was stuffing healing spirit pills into his mouth. Cha Hu appeared in a flash next to the two of them and quickly said, "How is he?" Feng shook her head with a terrified expression. "Not good. He's fallen unconscious." Cha Hu placed his hand on Yang Kai's wrist and released his divine sense, checking his condition. He also could not help but frown as Xianxia's situation was not merely not good. It was simply terrible. It was not known how many of his bones had been broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were also damaged. Even his vitality was extremely weak, like a candle in the wind, flickering with uncertainty. Anyone with such injuries would not be far from death. Fortunately, Xianxia bore a world spring in his body, so his small universe was impervious to external shocks. Otherwise, that attack earlier could really have caused some sort of damage to his foundation. Take him back and let him recuperate, Chahu commanded. Obeying his order, Feng Ying carried Xianxia and returned to Dawning Light, placing him down in a quiet room in the ship's cabin. On the other side, the 2 territory lords who were fighting with Xie Xiaoping and Luan had similarly seen how their comrade had died at Chahu's hands and were both shocked. How could they dare to linger here any longer? Both of them made a feint and then retreated. Xie Xiaoping and Luan followed closely behind them. Despite knowing that there was no way there was anything they could do if the territory lords were fully intent on escaping, they still gave chase. By the time Chahu finished checking Xianxia's condition and wanted to head over to provide support for Xiao Xiaoping and Luan, the 2 Eighth Order Masters and the 2 territory lords were already nowhere to be seen. Chahu coldly snorted before turning his gaze to the chaotic battlefield. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged straight in. The Black Ink clan army was already on the verge of defeat and would not have held on much longer even without Chahu's intervention. But now that an 8th Order division commander had joined the battle, how could they ever hope to hold on? A large number of Black Ink clansmen were killed, but a small number of them scattered when they saw that the odds were against them and escaped. After all, even the territory lords ran. Staying behind would only mean death for them. Chahu led a chase after the enemy for half a day, killing some of them before returning. And so the battle came to an end. On each warship, the human soldiers looked around at the severed limbs and remains of the Black Ink clansmen scattered all over the void. Even though the humans had sustained a lot of damage to their warships and even lost over 100 Open Heaven Realm warriors, their casualties were almost negligible when compared to the Black Ink clan's losses. This battle was a great victory for the humans. Cheers rang out as the humans celebrated. For Blue Sky Pass, this victory meant that Blue Sky Pass had finally secured this resource harvesting area, and for the next several dozen years they would be able to mine it in peace. This victory had not come easy, and many of them had spilled blood in order to achieve this result. The battlefield was cleared up and the casualties were counted. Then, under the leadership of the 8th Order Masters, the warships all headed back to the forward base. By the time Xianxia regained consciousness, several days had passed. When he opened his eyes, he could feel pain intense enough to cause him to sweat all over with just the slightest movement. His 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were on fire. The squad leader is awake. Go and inform the division commanders. A voice could be heard saying. When he looked over, a familiar figure was reflected in Xianxia's hazy eyes. When his vision cleared up, Xianxia realized that it was Feng Ying. With eyes full of concern and joy, Feng Ying asked anxiously, "Squad leader, how do you feel?" Xianxia made a quick scan of his own condition before his brow furrowed, and he asked, "Who are you?" Feng Ying's face paled instantly. "Squad leader, it's me, Feng Ying. Do you not recognize me?" Xianxia stared at her for a moment as if he were looking at a stranger. Feng Ying was really panicking now. While she was at a loss as to what to do though, Xianxia suddenly grinned. "I'm kidding. Don't take it too seriously." Feng Ying was stunned at first, but then she glared at him menacingly. It was then that someone opened the door and entered. Chahu's voice rang out. "Has young boy awoken?" He had obviously rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Xianxia struggled to get up, but Chahu pressed him back down with his hand. "Your injuries are not light, so you better lie still. How do you feel?" Feng Ying snorted before answering in a disgruntled tone. "He should be fine. He even has the strength to joke around with me." Puzzled, Chahu pressed his hand on Xianxia's wrist and scanned his body. After a while, he retracted his hand and said with some surprise, as expected of someone with a dragon vein, "Your vitality is as strong as expected." In fact, Xianxia's vitality had been faint, almost non-existent. when he received the fierce blow from the territory lord that injured him so badly that he fell unconscious. He was in a state that was not far away from death. If any other seventh-order master were to sustain such injuries, there would have been at least a 70% chance that they would not have survived. Yet, after just a few days, Xianxia's vitality was stronger and he had regained consciousness. Even though his aura was still weak, there was no longer any threat to his life. Cha, who had to sigh in admiration that sure enough, the restorative abilities of someone with a potent dragon vein were uniquely powerful, thinking to himself that as long as this boy did not suffer any immediately fatal injuries, then he would be able to recover back to health quickly. Division Commander Cha, how is the battle going? Xianxia asked with concern, his memory having cut off when he was attacking the fleeing territory lord. He had no idea what happened after that. Cha, who explained, the Black Ink clan only had 4 territory lords in this region. Zhu Feng was killed by Yu and Bai Yi, and on the battlefield several days ago, I killed another with your and Bai Yi's help, so there were only 2 territory lords left. What other outcome could there be? They all fled after that, and we had almost annihilated all of the Black Ink clansmen that were left. We won. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Even though he had expected this result, it was still heartening to hear it with his own ears. Cha, who was silent for a moment before he said, Xianxia, I know you're confident in your strength, but confident people often become conceited and make mistakes. You were lucky this time, but what about the next? Right now, you are a squad leader, and your choices affect more than your own personal safety. Oftentimes, you'll find that your entire squad's lives are on the line, too. So do remember to be more careful in the future. I will take that to heart. Xianxia accepted his criticism with an open mind. Cha, who did not care whether or not Xianxia really accepted what he said either, he just patted his shoulder. Rest well. We have already taken the resource harvesting area under our control, so there won't be any more major battles for the next few decades. Build up your strength as soon as possible so that you can kill even more of the Black Ink clan in the future. Yes. As soon as Cha Hu left, a large group of people crowded in from the outside, all of them with smiles on their faces. Naturally, it was Dawn's squad's members. Xianxia swept a glance over them and discovered that besides him, there were 35 people, no more and no less, packing the relatively small room to the brim, and only then did he feel relieved. During the previous battle with the Black Ink clan, he had witnessed the ships of a number of squads being blown apart. And once one was without the shelter of their warship, those under the high-rank open heaven realm would find it difficult to survive in such a chaotic melee. The Sixth-Order Masters fared slightly better, but if the Fifth-Order Masters did not promptly receive the help of nearby squads, they would barely be able to hold out for a dozen breaths before dying. Dawn's battleship was different, of course. Dawning Light was much more powerful and sturdy than average, so there was no risk of it being destroyed in a battle like that. So all of the squad members were still fit and well. However, it was inevitable that they would still suffer some minor injuries, especially Shineo and the other Seventh-Order Masters who went out to fight against the Black Ink clan, all of whom were in different states of injury. Dawn had been instrumental in the previous fight, especially during the killing of the Territory Lord at the end. It was Bai Yi and Xianxia's 2 strikes that enabled Cha Hu to deliver the killing blow. The other squads were all envious of such an achievement, yet they were unable to emulate it. After all, not every Seventh-Order Master had the same capabilities as those 2. Seeing the concerned eyes of everyone, Xianxia reassured them, I'm fine. I just need to rest for some time. Everyone should go and recuperate too. The crowd then dispersed, leaving only Feng Ying behind. Xianxia looked at her and asked, there's a smile on Senior Sister's lips. Has something good happened? Feng Ying could not help but laugh. You could tell. So, there is something good? Xianxia was stunned. Feng Ying nodded. Dawn contributed greatly in the last battle, so the division commanders have decided to award us with one of the most resource-rich harvesting points for us to freely mine. We can head there as soon as we finish recuperating. Xianxia understood. So, that's how it is. The last battle was fought for control over a resource harvesting area, and since the humans won, this stretch of territory naturally belonged to the humans. Now that the battle was over, the only thing left to do was to mine the resources, so it was natural that they had to determine which squad was going to be mining which area. They could not just wander around randomly and snatch resources from each other. In this way, the resources harvested by Dawn could also be handed over to Blue Sky Pass to be exchanged for military merits. The division commanders are thoughtful, Xianxia said. Rest well, squad leader. We will depart once you have recovered. Xianxia had no objection. After 10 days, Xianxia had mostly recovered, and the other squad members were also basically done with healing themselves. Xianxia first went to Su Boliang, who was standing guard over the forward base, to report in before leading Dawn towards the area that was allocated to them. The area allocated to Dawn was about 3 days away from the forward base. Even though it was slightly far, it was rich in resources. As long as they concentrate on mining, then they would surely be able to accumulate a large batch of materials over the next several dozen years. Patrols were of course still being made, as even though the Black Ink clan was defeated in the last battle, there was no guarantee that there weren't any fish that had slipped past the nets who would come to cause trouble. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. After suffering such a devastating defeat, it seemed that the Black Ink clan really had completely pulled out of this resource harvesting area. 2 days later, Xianxia checked their location on the universe chart in his hand while standing on the deck, making sure that this was indeed the area allocated to Dawn before ordering Dawning Light to stop. Standing on the deck, he looked up and saw a few dozen land masses of varying sizes in the void, each one of them a universe world of their own. If these universe worlds were in the 3000 worlds, this would definitely be a bustling place. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield, and the Black Ink clan consumed world force as their food. The world force of all universe worlds had already been sapped dry by the Black Ink clan, and that was why all of these universe worlds were in shambles without a hint of vitality to be seen. Even though there were no living beings here, and any world force was also non-existent, the various resources born in these universe worlds were preserved after their death. What the human cultivators needed to do was to retrieve these resources from these dead universe worlds. It was not only the humans that were doing this though, but also the Black Ink clan when they occupied the resource harvesting areas. They needed the resources to provide energy for the Black Ink nests to breed more clansmen and produce more Black Ink strength. This is an abundant place, as expected, Xianxia exclaimed in awe as he looked at the scene ahead. Several dozen universe worlds sat before his eyes, and the resources contained in them would naturally not be few. Now, what those from Dawn had to do was extract the resources left behind in these universe worlds. This was a difficult process as there were only some 30 of them while there were several dozen universe worlds in this area. They wouldn't be able to fully extract the resources in a mere few decades. Mining everything of use here would take several hundred years. They wouldn't be able to shorten the time needed unless Blue Sky Pass could send more people over to help out. However, Blue Sky Pass was of critical importance, so the vast majority of people had to be stationed there to prevent the Black Ink clan from attacking. It would not be possible for them to send a lot of people over to help extract resources. They had already reached the limit by mobilizing an army to the 4 resource harvesting areas. Squad leader, even though we've chased the Black Ink clan out of this area, we can't guarantee that some of them won't come back to harass us. I think we'd better stick together rather than scatter everywhere. If anything really happens, we'd be able to support each other as soon as possible. Feng Ying offered a suggestion, considering that Xianxia was unfamiliar with these affairs. Such incidents had happened before, though the probability was low. However, once it happened, a lot of their members could die. I'll leave it up to your judgment, Xianxia nodded. Where do you think we should start first? After looking around, Feng Ying pointed at the largest universe world. We'll start from there. Then, I've taken a look and found traces that suggest the Black Ink clan had been mining there before. In that case, there should be a lot of resources in that universe world. Let's take a look at it. Then, Xianxia waved his hand, after which Dawning Light headed towards that universe world. A moment later, Dawning Light landed on a barren mountain. After looking around, Xianxia realized that this universe world was desolate and void of any vitality. Not only were there no living creatures, but there was also not even a tiny bit of greenery. The world force of the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield had been sucked dry by the Black Ink clan. A universe world without world force was like a tree without roots or a river without a source. It was expected that they wouldn't survive. There were indeed some traces in this place which suggested that the Black Ink clan had extracted resources here before. A lot of the places appeared shattered in this universe world. The site reminded Xianxia of the Black Prison. The Black Prison was also full of materials, but they were all hidden in ore stars. Many people were required to mine black stones from the ore stars and use the world force to melt the black stones in order to extract various materials. Most of the time, even though a person exerted themselves, there still wouldn't be a single thing inside a piece of black stone. Even if there was a reward, the order of the material they would get depended on their luck. Extracting materials in the Black Prison was just like gambling. If one was lucky, they could easily obtain a 6th order, 7th order, or even 8th order material. If one was unlucky, there wouldn't be anything for them at all. Previously, in order to deal with the royal lord trapped in the Black Prison, all the cave heavens and paradises joined forces and mobilized a lot of manpower. They spent 100 years mining out all the ore stars in Black territory in order to crack the super arrays suppression so that they could have a final battle against the royal lord. The materials obtained during that period of time were simply incalculable. Those materials had all fallen into the hands of those from Void Land and High Heaven Palace. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises had worked for free for them. Otherwise, given Void Land, High Heaven Palace, and Luan Baifeng's available manpower, they wouldn't have been able to fully extract the materials in Black territory even if they spent thousands of years doing it. It was a huge boon to Xianxia's forces. With that said, Xianxia was trapped in the core of the Black Prison together with a royal lord for 100 years. The materials from Black territory could be seen as compensation for his efforts from the cave heavens and paradises. Now, the universe worlds in this resource harvesting area were essentially no different from the ore stars in Black territory, aside from the fact that there were no black stones. The resources they extracted were what they got, and no luck was needed. As Xianxia recalled Black territory, an idea suddenly sprang to mind. In the past, in order to help Luan Baifeng's subordinates mine the ore stars with peace of mind, he created an artifact that could move the ore stars across vast distances, the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. The situation in Black territory was similar to that which he was facing now. While Xianxia was lost in his own thoughts, he heard Feng Yin saying, "Squad leader, there's a rule in the inner sanctum. Whoever extracts the resources can use them as they please as long as it's for their own cultivation. Only when there are extra resources should they be handed in to the War Materials Hall. Most importantly, we can't keep the extra resources to ourselves. There are more members in Dawn than in other squads, so I reckon that we can extract the resources in small groups. While some people are mining resources, the others can stand guard." Xianxia was absent-minded as he replied, "You make the arrangements. I have something I need to look into." Upon finishing his words, he shot into the sky. If his idea was feasible, they wouldn't have to stay here and extract resources. He just had to move these universe worlds to somewhere near Blue Sky Pass, and the resources could be fully extracted in no time. After all, there were more than 20,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, so it would naturally be more efficient to get them to mine these universe worlds than just the members of Dawn alone. All the members were shocked as they had no idea where Xianxia was going. Shineo even muttered, "Squad leader is acting so mysterious. What is he going to do this time?" Feng Yin shook her head. "I have no idea. Squad leader can be a bit careless at times. Ignore him for now." After she finished speaking, she divided more than 35 people left into 6 groups, each of them led by a 7th Order master. They would take turns to stand guard to prevent the Black Ink clan from launching a sneak attack on them. With one of the groups on patrol, the rest could extract resources with peace of mind. They would spend decades in this place, so those who kept guard could also cultivate and strengthen themselves so that no time would be wasted. After Feng Yin was done with the arrangements, they all got to work. She, on the other hand, went to look for Xianxia in order to find out what he was doing. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already arrived at a nearby universe world. He had some experience in moving ore stars in the Black Prison, so he was pretty skillful at it. However, he wasn't certain if Void Yin-Yang mirrors could send one of these universe worlds to Blue Sky Pass, which was very far away from this place. Regardless, he had to give it a try. The Void Yin-Yang mirrors consisted of a total of 16 artifacts. They could be divided into yin and yang sets with 8 artifacts in each. Yang Kai had personally refined the prototype for these artifacts, and after that, Grandmaster Ma Fan of Great Evolution Paradise helped him enhance them so they were stabler and more powerful. While he was scanning the surroundings, Yang Kai noticed a ray of light approaching him from a distance. When he turned his head, he saw that Feng Ying was coming over. After Feng Ying arrived, she asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai replied, "I have an idea. You've come at just the right time. Stay here for a moment." Feng Ying nodded. It was then that Yang Kai fished out 8 artifacts of Void Yang mirrors and started setting them up. 2 hours later, he was done with arranging the artifacts. Feng Ying's expression became increasingly solemn as she observed his actions. Although she had no idea what Yang Kai was doing, the 8 artifacts he scattered around the universe world seemed to have created some kind of spatial lock around it. It was apparent that something big was about to happen. The next instant, Yang Kai abruptly appeared in front of her. "Just stand here and monitor the situation. I need to head back to the inner sanctum." "Huh?" Feng Ying was shocked. "Why are you going back to the inner sanctum?" "For something good." Yang Kai kept her in suspense. "If this works, we won't have to stay here to extract resources." After he finished speaking, he performed a hand seal and activated the universe transference law. Just when Feng Ying was ready to ask more questions, the array had already appeared beneath Yang Kai. He was engulfed in a dazzling light, and when the light dissipated, he was nowhere to be found. Feng Ying couldn't help but shake her head as she had no idea what Yang Kai was up to. This was the best chance to mine resources, and any wasted time would result in fewer resources for them. Nevertheless, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't act for no reason, so she decided to wait patiently. However, she didn't understand why he said they wouldn't have to mine resources if he succeeded. If they didn't do anything, would the resources just float into their pockets? In the meantime, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the prototype Purifying Black Ink battleship in Blue Sky Pass. The other Great Passes only had 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships respectively, stationed with their eastern, southern, western, and northern armies. Only Blue Sky Pass had 5 battleships. That was because the prototype of the Purifying Black Ink battleship was created in this place. The Purifying Black Ink battleships produced later were all modeled on the first. There were 4 resource harvesting areas now, and each had a Purifying Black Ink battleship. The first Purifying Black Ink battleship stayed in the inner sanctum so Yang Kai could use it to move around easily. After stepping out of the battleship, Yang Kai headed straight to the Western Army headquarters. Zhong Liang was handling work-related affairs when he saw Yang Kai land nearby and asked in shock, "Brat, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the 4th forward base?" As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. "Has something happened over there?" Yang Kai was surprised and asked, "Haven't you received any information from there, Army Commander?" Zhong Liang replied, "Of course I have. Last I heard you all successfully occupied that place." Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed, they're extracting resources over there right now." Zhong Liang let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought something had happened. Since you've occupied the area, aren't you supposed to be mining it? Why did you come back?" Yang Kai replied, "I can't explain it clearly now. Please accompany me out of the inner sanctum, Army Commander. If this matter is successful, it will be of great benefit to us all." Zhong Liang arched his brow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It won't be useful to talk about it if it fails. However, if it succeeds, you'll be able to observe it in person." "How do you even have the nerve to act mysterious in front of me?" Zhong Liang snorted and rose from the chair. Fine. I'll go with you." If it had been someone else speaking, Zhong Liang would have made him explain everything first. As an army commander, he was swamped with work, so he didn't have any time to waste. However, considering the shocking achievements Yang Kai had made over the years, and the fact that the death of 2 territory lords at the 4th forward base had something to do with him, he decided to be a bit more patient. Soon, they left Blue Sky Pass and arrived at the void on the outside. Zhong Liang looked around and frowned. "What do you want me to see?" "You can show me now." "Please give me a moment, Army Commander," Yang Kai replied, then started setting up the voidine mirrors. The creation of the void yin-yang mirrors stemmed from an idea that suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's head many years ago. It was also a result of his years of cultivation in the Tao of space. The void yin-yang mirrors consisted of two sets. One of them was yin while the other was yang. Just like the two sides of a mirror, each one of them was indispensable. Once set up at an appropriate distance, activating them would be akin to flipping a mirror around, swapping the yin and yang mirrors. By doing so, Yang Kai could transfer whatever was bound within the confines of the mirrors to a distant place. The environment in Black Territory was too hostile, so the void yin-yang mirrors were tailored to its unique conditions. After all the stars in Black Territory were fully extracted, Yang Kai thought that there wouldn't be a need for the void yin-yang mirrors anymore, and certainly never expected that he would need them again on the Black Ink battlefield. This came as a surprise to him. Since he had set up void yang mirrors on the other side, he naturally had to arrange the void yin mirrors near Blue Sky Pass. 1 hour later, he was done with arranging all 8 void yin mirrors. Zhong Liang observed silently and could recognize the obstrusity of the 8 artifacts that had been placed at 8 different coordinates. While he was pondering on who made these artifacts and what their uses were, he saw Yang Kai withdraw and then form a hand seal. The next moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Invert!" As soon as he spoke, the 8 artifacts lit up and started buzzing. Following that, the void around these 8 artifacts started contorting. A violent fluctuation of space principles burst forth. Zhong Liang arched his brow as he had a feeling that it was the critical moment, so he focused and observed intently. Soon, he became surprised because he could feel a weak fluctuation coming from a distant place, resonating with the 8 artifacts in front of him. This wasn't an illusion, for the resonance became increasingly stronger until it could not be more obvious. Then came the moment when Zhong Liang widened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him in shock. The space that had been surrounded by the 8 artifacts was initially empty, but at this moment, a faint but gigantic image appeared inside it in an abrupt manner. He almost thought that he was seeing an illusion, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed that there was indeed a colossal figure in front of him, and it was becoming increasingly solidified. After 10 more breaths, the figure fully materialized. The lights around the 8 artifacts went out, and the resonance with the faraway place was cut off. Zhong Liang widened his eyes as he almost bit his tongue as his jaw flapped open and closed. He had never been more flabbergasted in his life. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had lived for a long time and dealt with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years. He could be considered an experienced and worldly person, but he had never seen anything like what Yang Kai had just achieved before. The thing that abruptly appeared in front of him was an entire universe world, one so huge that the massive Blue Sky Pass was less than 10% of its size. Even though it was dead and devoid of any vitality, it was indeed a universe world. Shwa shwa shwa. Several figures approached them rapidly from Blue Sky Pass, all of them 8th Order Masters. They must have come over to look into the matter upon realizing the anomaly in this place. In an instant, everyone in Blue Sky Pass became alert and were ready to fight. Eastern Army Commander Ding Yao appeared beside Zhong Liang and asked in a grim voice, "What's going on?" Northern Army Commander Shin Tumo also asked, "Why is there a universe world here?" It was inconceivable that a universe world had abruptly appeared in front of their place, so they had to find out the reason behind it. Faced with the inquisitive gazes, Zhong Liang put on a helpless smile, not knowing how to explain it. Moreover, he was also clueless about it. Even though he had some speculations, he couldn't be certain, so he simply shouted, "Yang boy, come over and explain it to them." "Coming," Yang Kai replied and flew over. Upon arriving, he saluted these people. "Greetings, sirs." Zhong Liang waved his hand. "Cut to the chase. What has just happened?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "It's just like what you all see. 4 hours ago, this universe world was still in the resource harvesting area around the 4th forward base. Now, I've used a certain trick and moved it here." He then sported a solemn expression. "This is what I was thinking. Rather than letting the people at the forward bases take the risk of extracting resources, why don't we move all the universe worlds to somewhere near Blue Sky Pass? This way, everyone here can help with the mining." the efficiency and the safety would be improved significantly. Southern Army Commander Liang Yulong widened his eyes upon hearing that and asked, "You said you moved this universe world here using some kind of trick, and it only took you 4 hours to do it?" Yang Kai replied, "Strictly speaking, it only took me half an hour. The other 3.5 hours were for making the arrangements." With his eyes brightening, Ding Yao took a step forward. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai pointed at Zhong Liang. Sir Zhong witnessed everything. All of them turned to look at Zhong Liang, who nodded sincerely. "And I saw the entire process. Don't ask me how he did it, though. I have no idea what trick this little brat used. I only know that it involved a set of artifacts." The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand as all 8 artifacts turned into rays of light and came to him from different directions. They were then displayed in front of everyone. All of these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters curiously examined the artifacts. Yang Kai explained, "These are just half of the artifacts involved. The other half are in the original location of this universe world. I call it the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors." He then explained to them the uses of Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. The eyes of these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lit up as Shin Tumo praised him by saying, "Such a wonderful treasure." An interested Ding Yao asked, "So, by just using these Void Yin-Yang Mirrors, we can move the universe worlds from the resource harvesting area to here. Am I right?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." All of them were astonished. If that was the case, their people no longer had to go out to extract resources. They could just send all the universe worlds back to Blue Sky Pass and let the people from the inner sanctum mine them freely. Just like Yang Kai had said, the efficiency and safety would be significantly improved by doing so. Even though this treasure couldn't be used to deal with enemies directly, it would contribute greatly to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield. Zhong Liang directly landed a slap on the back of Yang Kai's head as he snapped, "Why didn't you take these things out sooner?" A helpless Yang Kai replied, "The idea didn't come to me until just now." Up until now, he had been locked in a number of intense battles with the Black Ink clan, so he hadn't had time to think about it. It wasn't until he arrived at the resource harvesting area that he recalled this treasure. Ding Yao remarked, "Even though this treasure is wonderful, there's a big potential issue with them." Zhong Liang turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Ding Yao stared hard at Yang Kai. "Are you the only one who can activate these Void Yin-Yang Mirrors? Or can anyone who is strong enough use them? If it was the former, the treasure would still be useful, but only in a limited sense. If it was the latter, it would be wonderful news for all the humans on the Black Ink battlefield." Yang Kai replied hesitantly, "I'm the only one who has used these since they were first created. Although I believe that others can use them as well, we would need to experiment with them." Ding Yao immediately turned to gaze to Shen Tumo. "The purifying Black Ink battleship at the 4th Forward Base belongs to the Northern Army, right?" Shen Tumo nodded. "Yes. I'll head over there with Yang Boy and give it a try now." Ding Yao nodded. Many thanks, Brother Shin Tuesday." Shen Tumo waved his hand. "It is the least I can do. It's not like it's difficult to go there." He then turned to Yang Kai. "Brat, get back there and set things up. I'll come over as soon as everything's ready." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I'll be waiting for you, Senior Shin Tuesday." Having said so, Yang Kai stored the 8 Void Yang mirrors and activated the universe transference law, soon disappearing from the spot. After he was gone, Shin Tumo also activated the universe transference law and headed to the purifying Black Ink battleship at the 4th Forward Base. Zhong Liang took a glance at the universe world and tooted, "That brat sure has a lot of weird tricks up his sleeve." Certainly, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them could also move such a universe world back from a faraway place, but they would have to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. On the other hand, Yang Kai had managed to easily achieve it with that strange treasure of his. Ding Yao nodded. "Isn't it wonderful that he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve? It's good news for the humans that he has many different skills. Since his arrival at Blue Sky Pass, the status quo has changed for the better for us humans. In the past, purifying light, purifying Black Ink battleships, and universe arrays were unimaginable to the humans in the Great Passes as they didn't have access to them. However, Yang Kai managed to bring all those things on his own. If the void yin-yang mirrors could be popularized as well, the contribution would be far greater than killing 1 or 2 territory lords. In the meantime, Yang Kai stepped out of the cabin of dawning light and headed straight to the location where the void yin mirrors were placed. He soon found Feng Ying. Presently, Feng Ying was dazedly staring ahead and scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, as though she was trying to find something that should have been there. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she quickly said, "Junior brother, the universe world disappeared. Just a short time ago, the 8 artifacts left behind by Yang Kai lit up and began humming, after which the entire universe world faded. There came a moment when the universe world abruptly disappeared from her sight. That astounded Feng Ying, for such a big universe world was gone just like that. She thought that she was seeing an illusion, or that Yang Kai had set up some kind of strange array to hide it from her. However, regardless of how hard she scanned the surroundings, she was unable to find a trace of the universe world. It was only then that she confirmed that the universe world had really disappeared. Nevertheless, she couldn't figure out how the universe world had vanished all of a sudden or where it was now. Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry about it, senior sister. I sent that universe world back to Blue Sky Pass." Feng Yin's jaw dropped and her eyes bulged. Disbelief was written all over her face. Yang Kai went on to say with a smile, "This is what I told you about earlier. Since it was a success, we no longer have to stay here to mine resources." Feng Ying soon understood what was going on. "You just sent the universe world back to Blue Sky Pass. In that case, the soldiers from the inner sanctum only have to extract resources at our doorstep instead of traveling to faraway places. We also no longer have to worry about the Black Ink clan launching sneak attacks on us." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "Did you achieve it by using those 8 artifacts?" Yang Kai nodded. "The army commanders from the inner sanctum have become aware of it as well. Senior Shintu will come over and give it a try soon, so I have to get prepared. Please stand guard for me, senior sister." Feng Ying nodded. "I'll go with you." Soon, they targeted another universe world. It took Yang Kai some time to place the 8 void yang mirrors in 8 spots around the universe world. Shintu Mo, despite being an 8th order open heaven realm master, still hadn't arrived yet. Certainly, he could make use of the universe array to instantly move from Blue Sky Pass to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the 4th forward base. However, it would take him some time to come to this location. He should be on his way now. Meanwhile, Feng Ying was extremely curious about the void yin-yang mirrors. Faced with her questions, Yang Kai replied to her. One day later, Yang Kai, who was taking a rest, suddenly opened his eyes. He could see a ray of light rapidly approaching from the direction of the forward base. Upon its arrival, Shun Tu Mo's burly figure was revealed. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Senior Shin Tuesday." After a nod, Shin Tu Mo glanced at the universe world beside them and asked, "Have you gotten everything ready?" "Yes." "What do you need this old master to do?" Yang Kai replied, "Senior Shin Tu, I need you to memorize the exact distribution of the void yang mirrors and the distances between them. When you return to Blue Sky Pass, you have to accurately set up the void yin mirrors in the same way. Only then would the preparations be considered complete. When you activate them, the yin mirrors and yang mirrors will resonate with each other and exchange places, transferring the universe world back to Blue Sky Pass. Shintuemo nodded. Good. Harsh conditions had to be met as the distribution of all 8 artifacts and the distances between them had to be perfectly accurate. Nevertheless, this wasn't difficult for an 8th order open heaven realm master like Shintuemo. It only took him an hour to take a stroll around the 8 artifacts and memorize everything perfectly. When he returned to Yang Kai's side, he nodded at him to show that he was ready. Yang Kai gazed at Feng Ying. "You can head back first, senior sister. I'll be returning to the inner sanctum again with Senior Shin Tuesday. If everything goes well, I probably won't be back anytime soon. You'll have to take charge of affairs here." Feng Ying replied, "Don't worry about it, junior brother. I'll take care of Dawn." It was then Yang Kai turned to Shin Tuemo. "Senior Shin Tu, whenever you're ready." Without saying anything, Shun 2MO directly activated the universe transference law. Soon, a grand array lit up beneath his feet and engulfed him. When his figure vanished, Xianxia also activated the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. Zhongliang and the others were still waiting outside the inner sanctum. Even though it had taken Shin 2MO more than a day to go back and forth between the places, they wouldn't have minded waiting for an entire month as this matter was that important. If this worked, it would be extremely beneficial to all the humans on the Black Ink battlefield. The waiting time was inconsequential. They're back. Dingyao suddenly turned to look in Blue Sky Pass's direction. Everyone turned their heads and indeed saw two figures flying out of the inner sanctum. They were none other than Shin 2MO and Xianxia. As the Eighth Order Masters watched the two of them rapidly approaching, they couldn't help but still be awestruck by the convenience of the universe arrays. It only took them slightly more than a day to go back and forth between Blue Sky Pass and the fourth forward base. Such a feat was inconceivable in the past. However, with the help of universe arrays now, they could move between distant places quickly. Such convenience was extremely useful when dealing with the enemies. The moment Shin 2MO stood by their side, Dingyao hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Shin 2MO replied, "I still have to set things up. We'll soon find out whether it's usable or not." Xianxia was just standing behind Shin 2MO as he took a glance at the universe world he had moved to this place. At this moment, it was bustling with noise over there as many figures were flying around the universe world. It was obvious that they were extracting resources. After barely one day, the universe world seemed to have shrunk significantly. At this rate, it would only take 2 or 3 months before the universe world was completely mined out. This was the result despite the fact that not a lot of people had been told to come over and extract resources. If Blue Sky Pass had sent more people over, the time needed would have been shortened further. A shocked Xianxia asked, "They've already started?" Zhongliang grinned. "On the Black Ink battlefield, the resources will only be hours after they're extracted. Alright, enough nonsense, bring Shin 2MO to make the arrangement. We're still waiting for the result." "Yes," Xianxia promptly replied. They then moved to another place and found an open space. Following Xianxia's instructions, Shin 2MO soon set up all 8 void mirrors. It was time to verify the feasibility of their plan. Xianxia told Shin 2MO the method to activate the mirrors and then stepped back. Before everyone's eyes, Shin 2MO rapidly performed different hand seals and then infused his own power into the 8 artifacts. A faint light was seen flickering on these artifacts, and a buzzing sound rang out. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't even blink. As time passed, the light around the artifacts became brighter and the humming became louder. The void around these 8 artifacts started contorting and a gigantic figure was faintly seen appearing where originally there was nothing. Zhongliang arched his brow and nodded. "It's working." He had seen the same sight when Xianxia activated the void yin-yang mirrors some time ago. Whatever Shin 2MO was doing seemed to be working. If nothing unexpected happened, the universe world near the fourth forward base would be moved to this place soon. However, things didn't go so smoothly. The gigantic figure remained faintly discernible but couldn't seem to materialize. It wasn't until an entire hour later that the process was completed. Shin 2MO stopped performing hand seals and the light around the 8 mirrors faded. At the same time, the resonance with the distant horizon was cut off. The Eighth Order Masters appeared elated. What they had witnessed suggested that anyone could use the void yin-yang mirrors. In that case, they could easily move the universe worlds back from the resource harvesting areas without any restrictions. On the other hand, Zhongliang furrowed his brow. That was because he realized that even though Shin 2MO was much stronger than Xianxia, it was far more difficult for him to use this treasure. He wasn't comparable to Xianxia at all when it came to the time it took. If everything was properly set up, it would only take Xianxia a few dozen breaths to move a universe world back. Nevertheless, it took Shin 2MO a whole hour to do so. Moreover, it seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy in the process, much unlike how easy it felt for Xianxia to achieve. Upon noticing his doubt, Xianxia explained, "This treasure was specifically refined for my use, so mastery over the Tao of space was taken as a given. Therefore, it's easier for me to use. Although Senior Shintu is stronger than me, he has never cultivated the Tao of space before, so it's only natural that he has to consume more energy to forcefully activate it. Zhong Liang nodded gently. I see. With that said, the outcome was more than satisfactory. They were most worried that only Yang Kai would be able to use the void yin-yang mirrors. Upon Shin Tumo's return, they all looked inquisitively at him. After giving it a thought, he spoke. An average 7th Order master wouldn't be able to activate this thing. Only the most powerful 7th Orders would be barely capable of doing it. Moreover, the consumption of energy when activating this treasure is related to the size of the target and the distance. The larger the size and the longer the distance, the more energy will be consumed. Still, it's usable. Good. Ding Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Yulong nodded. Since it's usable, this matter cannot be delayed. We need to have the inner sanctum refine more of them. However, there are 16 artifacts in total, and each one of them is quite large. A lot of resources will be needed. It certainly required a lot of resources to refine a set of void yin-yang mirrors. Back then, it cost Yang Kai an arm and a leg to make just one set, but the price was worth it considering the rewards he got out of them. Zhong Liang grinned. No pain, no gain. It might be a big investment up front, but the payout will get later more than makes up for it. I'd like to see the looks on those black ink bastards' faces when they reoccupy the resource harvesting areas a few dozen years from now and see that there's nothing left. All of them couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild as they put on wicked grins. Ding Yao suggested by saying, I don't think there's a need to create a lot of them. 10 sets should do. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of resources. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. You have a point. Also, the refinement method has to be passed on to other great passes. We can't keep such a good thing all to ourselves. Of course. As soon as Purifying Black Ink Battleship and Purifying Light became widely usable, those from Blue Sky Pass immediately informed the other great passes about it. The other great passes then refined their own Purifying Black Ink battleships before sending powerful masters to bring them to Blue Sky Pass, as Yang Kai was the only one who could equip them with universe arrays and Purifying Light. Otherwise, the humans from these great passes wouldn't be willing to use the hyperspace arrays to move people around on the Black Ink battlefield where every resource was incredibly valuable. Certainly, they had to share the method of making the void yin-yang mirrors with the others. Since the transfer of cultivators was not involved, only a small amount of resources would be needed. Yang Kai, you've made a big contribution again. You put old masters like us to shame. Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai with a satisfied and joyful expression. Since Yang Kai's arrival at Blue Sky Pass, he had brought a lot of pleasant surprises to them. If not for the fact that Zhong Liang didn't have a daughter, he would have asked Yang Kai to be his son-in-law. Yang Kai replied humbly, It was just something I created accidentally many years ago. It's fortunate enough that this treasure is useful here. I don't deserve your compliment, Army Commander. With a serious expression, Zhong Liang said, The void yin-yang mirrors is of great help to us. All humans from the Great Passes, including Blue Sky Pass, have to take the risk to mine resources. In the past, the Black Ink clan would always come to harass us and some of our members would inevitably die. With the void yin-yang mirrors, we no longer have to worry about this. All of them nodded in agreement. After all, the Black Ink battlefield was the home turf of the Black Ink clan. The living conditions here were too harsh for humans. In the past, they could only rely on the incredible might of the Great Passes to fend off the attacks from the Black Ink clan. Even so, every generation, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had to send many people over to help hold the line. Although the situation on the Black Ink battlefield could be considered stable for the time being, even the most impenetrable defense could fall apart one day. Once the Great Passes on the Black Ink battlefield that were guarded by the humans were destroyed, the 3,000 worlds would fall into a perilous situation. By then, the Black Ink clan would swarm into the 3,000 worlds, kill everyone, and destroy all in their path. Therefore, to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield, anything that could change the status quo in their favor would be good news for them, not to mention that with the invention of purifying Black Ink battleships, they could now have the hope of launching a true crusade. If they could do that, they would be able to wipe the Black Ink clan out and solve the crisis that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had been facing since time immemorial. However, the crusade was a grand plan that had to be carefully planned out. After the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Blue Sky Pass were done with their discussion, they decided to tell those from the Inner Sanctum to refine 10 sets of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors to be used to move universe worlds back from different resource harvesting areas. Nevertheless, they would need full cooperation from Yang Kai. After all, he was the one who invented the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, so no one was more familiar with their refinement method than him. Yang Kai stored the 8 Yang mirrors and returned to Dawning Light to retrieve the remaining 8 Yin mirrors. After that, he activated the universe transference law and returned to the Inner Sanctum. Since everything was ready in Blue Sky Pass, they could requisition unlimited resources from the War Materials Hall. With Dongguan Ping from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven as the leader, many artifact refining grandmasters gathered together to wait for Yang Kai's return so that they could start discussing the next step. Soon, Yang Kai and the artifact refining grandmasters started working on making more Void Yin-Yang mirrors. Back then, Yang Kai personally refined the first Void Yin-Yang mirrors with the help of the Black Prison's inmates, creating a kind of rough prototype that only somewhat functioned. After that, with the help of Grandmaster Ma Fan to remold them, the mirrors could then be considered a finished artifact. Basically, all of the artifact refining grandmasters in Blue Sky Pass had gathered together, and with Yang Kai's Void Yin-Yang mirrors as a blueprint, they worked on improving it as they exchanged sophisticated ideas. With unlimited amounts of resources and manpower being dedicated to the project, a new set of Void Yin-Yang mirrors was completed barely 1 month later. Ding Yao personally brought these new Void Yin-Yang mirrors and headed to the first forward base to give it a try. The first forward base had already been occupied by the humans for some time and mining operations were well underway. 3 days later, a universe world abruptly appeared outside Blue Sky Pass. Apparently, Ding Yao had moved it back from the forward base. The experiment showed that the new Void Yin-Yang mirrors created in Blue Sky Pass were indeed usable. A new way of gathering resources had been invented for the humans in all these great passes. Since the Void Yin-Yang mirrors were proven to be usable, those from the Inner Sanctum started creating more of them. According to the army commander's plan, they had to make 10 sets of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. In the meantime, the hyperspace array in the Inner Sanctum started running as well. Jade slips that contained the method of creating and activating the Void Yin-Yang mirrors were sent to the other great passes. Soon, the humans from the other great passes received the news from Blue Sky Pass, and upon learning the abstrusity and uses of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, they were elated as they started creating more of them. While those from Blue Sky Pass were busy making more Void Yin-Yang mirrors, the members of Dawn had gathered together on the deck of Dawning Light, which was parked beside a universe world. Feng Ying was standing on the deck as she could see that Yang Kai was swamped with work in the periphery of the universe world. Since more Void Yin-Yang mirrors were being produced, the members of Dawn no longer had to exert themselves to extract resources. After Yang Kai sent all these universe worlds back to Blue Sky Pass, those from the Inner Sanctum would mine them. Therefore, the members of Dawn could relax a little. With that said, it didn't mean they didn't have work to do. Now that Yang Kai had to move the universe worlds in this resource harvesting area, the members of Dawn had to follow him closely and protect him in order to prevent any Black Ink clansmen from disturbing him. Yang Kai was a powerful master who possessed a world spring, which was why he wasn't afraid of Black Ink's strength. If any reckless Black Ink clansmen really came over to make things difficult for him, they would never be able to return. However, the artifacts he left behind around the universe world had to be guarded by some people. If the Black Ink clan managed to steal these artifacts, they might be able to uncover the secrets behind the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. If they could also use these artifacts, it would be terrible news for the humans. Hence, this scenario had to be prevented from happening. With the help of the universe arrays on the purifying Black Ink battleship in Blue Sky Pass and Dawning Light, Yang Kai was able to easily move between the two places, allowing him to rapidly move many universe worlds. Just 1 month later, the several dozen universe worlds that the members of Dawn Squad were given to mine were all gone, sent back to Blue Sky Pass. Now, almost all 20,000 soldiers had left Blue Sky Pass to extract resources from those universe worlds. More and more universe worlds were shattered as the hidden resources were mined out. At the same time, the reserves in the War Materials Hall increased significantly each day. The entire Blue Sky Pass was brimming with a sense of joy. The humans had been living in a hostile environment for too long, and before this, the cultivators from different great passes had to rely on the resources sent to them from the 3,000 worlds to cultivate, as well as the meager amount they could extract after they occupied resource harvesting areas. However, every time they occupied a resource harvesting area, there wouldn't be enough time for them to mine materials. They had several dozen to 100 years at most, and they were unable to send a lot of people to do this work either. Hence, they couldn't get their hands on a lot of resources. On the Black Ink battlefield, every human knew how valuable every single resource was. When they used their military merits to trade for resources, they would only get what they really needed. It could be said that they had learned to be incredibly thrifty. Nonetheless, the birth of the void yin-yang mirrors changed everything. According to the estimates from the War Materials Hall, the resources extracted by those from the inner sanctum in the past month were equivalent to the total resources mined over the past 10 years. Only 1 month had passed, and they still had a long way ahead of them. As more void yin-yang mirrors were completed, there would be even more universe worlds that would be moved back to the Great Pass, each one containing a staggering amount of resources. Everyone was naturally pleased with the good news. With 20,000 soldiers working together, it would mean that they would be able to mine the resources very efficiently. Most of the time, a universe world would become shattered remnants barely a few days after it was sent back to Blue Sky Pass. The several dozen universe worlds that Xianxia had delivered over the past month were all gone for good. A lot of cultivators were now looking longingly at the void, and the moment a universe world appeared, they would stream towards it. With more void yin-yang mirrors being created, there were even more universe worlds that were sent back. The number of universe worlds could finally satisfy the need for the soldiers in the inner sanctum to extract resources. When all 10 sets of void yin-yang mirrors were completed, the soldiers in the inner sanctum could no longer keep pace with the number of universe worlds getting sent to this place. More and more universe worlds of different sizes were sent back to Blue Sky Pass, making for a truly magnificent sight. Meanwhile, Xianxia was swamped with work at Forward Base 4. The several dozen universe worlds assigned to the members of Dawn were all sent back. However, there were far more universe worlds in other neighboring areas. The entire resource harvesting area around Forward Base 4 had several hundred universe worlds, and that was Forward Base 4 alone. The situation was similar in other resource harvesting areas occupied by the other 3 forward bases. In other words, if they moved all the universe worlds from these 4 resource harvesting areas back to Blue Sky Pass, they would have a reserve of more than 2,000 universe worlds. That was a staggering figure. It was something that the soldiers of the inner sanctum wouldn't even dare to imagine in the past. In order to finish extracting a reserve of 2,000 universe worlds before now, it would have taken them several thousand years. But now, they would only need several dozen years or even shorter to achieve that. The anomaly of universe worlds disappearing from these forward bases eventually caught the Black Ink clan's attention, and many scouts were sent to look into the matter. Nevertheless, these scouts would all be killed the moment they were discovered. Although they managed to kill the majority of Black Ink clan scouts, some inevitably survived, and the existence of the void yin-yang mirrors must have become known to the Black Ink clan. This couldn't be helped though, as using the void yin-yang mirrors to move universe worlds was not exactly a subtle process. They could never hide it. In fact, those from Blue Sky Pass didn't intend to hide it anyway. The Black Ink clan soldiers under Xianxia had suffered a serious setback previously, and the royal lord himself was badly injured. Even though the Black Ink clan had noticed what was going on, they were unable to do anything about it. They wouldn't be able to launch a major attack before resting and building up their forces for several dozen years first. While it was a chance for the Black Ink clan to recuperate, the same was true for those from Blue Sky Pass. They certainly had to seize this chance and get more benefits from the Black Ink clan. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. The resource harvesting area around Forward Base 4 was practically empty now, with all the universe worlds that could be moved having been moved. Besides Xianxia, who had been working hard, Lu En and Cha, who had also been helping out with sets of the void yin-yang mirrors of their own. Although Shen2Mo had given it a try and confirmed that the most powerful 7th Order Masters could also use the void yin-yang mirrors, it was extremely taxing even for them. It was far more efficient for the 8th Order Division commanders to use them. Hence, Lu En and Cha who took over the task. Even though they were in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, which was 1 order above Xianxia, They were far less efficient in moving the universe worlds than the latter. After all, Xianxia was a master of the Tao of space, so it would be easier for him to operate the void yin-yang mirrors. This was a treasure he originally created for himself after all. One day, dawning light landed on the asteroid where Forward Base 4 was located. After disembarking, Xianxia headed straight to the building where the two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stationed. Upon seeing them, he saluted them and said, "Sirs, all the universe worlds in this resource harvesting area have been moved back. Is there anything else we should do?" Luan smiled and nodded. "There's nothing else to do here. We'll be returning to the inner sanctum soon." Xianxia was slightly surprised. "Are we going back so soon?" Chahu asked. "What do you want to do?" After giving it a thought, Xianxia replied, "All the universe worlds in the resource harvesting area in Forward Base 4 are indeed gone. However, I can see there are more universe worlds that are further away. Should we go there and move more of them back?" Upon hearing that, Luan burst into laughter. "How many more do you want to move?" Xianxia replied, "The more the better?" Chahu waved his hand. "There's no need for that. The universe worlds collected outside the inner sanctum are enough to keep everyone busy for some time. As long as they can fully extract those universe worlds, the resources would be enough for consumption in the inner sanctum for 1,000 years. Moreover, the further we go, the more likely we'll come across the Black Ink clan. Since we've taken some advantage, we should be satisfied with the win instead of potentially suffering losses." Upon hearing that, Xianxia nodded. "I'll listen to you then, Division Commander Cha." Luan said, "You've been working hard these past 2 years, so it's time you got some rest. I suppose you haven't had time to cultivate since you ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm." Xianxia nodded. "Although I haven't had time to cultivate, the living beings in my small universe help increase my heritage at all times, so there's no risk of my foundation weakening or destabilizing." Upon hearing that, Luan nodded. "I'd forgotten about that. Sirs, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" "When I was moving the universe worlds, I inadvertently passed by an area in the void and felt some space principle fluctuations." Luan was startled for a moment. "Space principle fluctuations?" Chahu soon realized something. "You mean, that might be a portal to a sealed world?" Xianxia nodded. "In fact, I'm certain that it's a portal to a sealed world. However, since I was busy moving universe worlds, I didn't have time to look into it. Now that we're done with moving the universe worlds, I would like to investigate. Perhaps we'll find some profound in-spirit fruits there." Profound in-spirit fruits were extremely precious to all the humans in the Great Passes. Xianxia recalled the list of resources that could be traded for in the War Materials Hall, and the number 1 resource on the list was profound in-spirit fruits. This made sense as in every Great Pass, there were a lot of human soldiers that had been invaded by Black Ink strength before and had no choice but to give up a part of their small universe, making it incomplete. This kind of incompleteness could only be repaired by consuming a profound in-spirit fruit. Therefore, the spirit's fruits were extremely precious to every Great Pass, and they were out of stock most of the time. On the other hand, only in the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield could profound in-spirit fruits be found. Chahu's eyes instantly brightened. "Do you remember where it was?" Xianxia replied, "I've left a mark on the universe chart." "Good. This king will call the roll and go with you." Upon finishing his words, Chahu immediately got prepared. A moment later, more than 100 people gathered together on dawning light as Chahu took charge of everything. On the other hand, Luan stayed in the forward base. After all, there was a purifying Black Ink battleship here, so an 8th Order Master had to personally guard it. Including the members of Dawn, there were currently more than 100 people on the warship. In other words, there were about 7 or 8 squads worth of people. The squad leaders of these squads came over and passionately greeted Xianxia as they engaged in small talk. All of these people had fought alongside Dawn in the previous battle for the resource harvesting area. Even though he wasn't familiar with all of them, Xianxia could recognize them, and after some introductions, they could be considered friends. After they were done with the small talk, Xianxia took the initiative to approach Chahu and asked in puzzlement, "Sir, why have you brought so many people along?" Although he could confirm that the location where there were fluctuations of space principles was a portal to a sealed world, it was just one sealed world. He initially intended to lead the members of Dawn to explore it and just bring out the good stuff. However, he had never expected that Chahu would bring 7 or 8 more squads with him, and Chahu himself would take charge of this mission. Even if they were wary of the Black Ink clan, it wasn't necessary to bring so many people with them. Moreover, no Black Ink clansmen would move around this area now, as all the universe worlds had been sent to the periphery of Blue Sky Pass. Since there were no benefits to be gained around here, why would any Black Ink clansman come over just to get killed? Without directly answering his question, Chahu asked, "How much do you know about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I know little about them. I'm only aware that there might be profound spirit fruits and other rare spirit herbs in some of the sealed worlds. Cultivation resources could be extracted from the dead universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. However, spirit herbs needed for alchemy had to be sent from the 3,000 worlds or found in those sealed worlds. Therefore, in comparison, spirit pills were even rarer than normal cultivation resources on the Black Ink battlefield. That was because there were only a limited number of methods that they could get the ingredients needed for refining them. Yang Kai knew little about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. When he passed through the Void Corridor in Black Territory and arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, he directly appeared in a sealed world, but that was his only experience in this matter. However, he had to keep himself safe at that time, so he didn't have time to explore it. Chahu nodded. "There's one thing that's special about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. It's that they are clustered." Yang Kai arched his brow. "They're clustered. Have you ever picked mushrooms before?" A puzzled Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing why this would be mentioned all of a sudden. Chahu grinned. "When I was young, I would always go to the back hills of Crepe Myrtle Heaven during the rainy season. That was when the mushrooms would sprout. My senior sister and I would bring our baskets and pick them up. Since I was younger, I'd be responsible for looking for mushrooms while my senior sister would pick them. Whenever I found a mushroom, my senior sister would always find even more mushrooms in a nearby place. At that time, I thought that she was amazing because she could always find more mushrooms than I did." There was a longing and gentle expression on this division commander's face. So Yang Kai reckoned that the senior sister must be a demure woman. He spurted out, "Where's your senior sister now?" The light in Chahu's eyes went out. She was killed on the battlefield. Despite his calmness, it must have been the biggest regret in his life. Yang Kai apologized for that. Chahu waved his hand. "What I mean is that the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield are like mushrooms. Since you've found a portal to a sealed world, there are probably more nearby. This is what I meant when I said they're clustered." Yang Kai was astounded. "Why is that?" Instead of directly answering his question, Chahu asked, "Have you ever thought about how the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield were formed?" Yang Kai nodded. "I've thought about it before, but I've never mulled over it. Even though I have a speculation, I'm unable to verify it." "Oh." Chahu was surprised. "What's your speculation?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "When I found out about the sealed worlds, I initially thought that they were a unique feature of the Black Ink battlefield. However, I soon realized that these sealed worlds wouldn't exist for no reason. The Black Ink clan lives on World Force. Since all the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield are dead, why are these unique sealed worlds still existent? Then, when I was searching for the universe cave heavens and universe paradises left behind by our seniors, it suddenly dawned on me that perhaps those sealed worlds are also a kind of universe paradise and universe cave heaven." Chahu gazed at him with surprise. "I didn't expect that you'd thought about this aspect." Yang Kai was shocked. "Is my speculation correct?" "I cannot say for certain, however, our seniors have studied the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield for many years, and their conclusion is more or less similar to yours. Fundamentally, the sealed worlds are also universe paradises and universe cave heavens. Nevertheless, they've been in existence for far too long as they were left behind in ancient times. Perhaps the way humans cultivated was different back then, so the sealed worlds that were left behind are different from the current universe paradises and universe cave heavens." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, "In that case, There were humans who fought against the Black Ink clan in this place in ancient times. Chahu nodded. Yes, we've only inherited the will of the ancients. After the ancients battled against the Black Ink clansmen and were killed, the sealed worlds were born. Upon hearing that, Xianxia nodded. I understand. Most of the time, the ancients would pass away in groups, so the sealed worlds they left behind would be clustered, just like what we see outside of Blue Sky Pass. Exactly. Chahu nodded. However, we can't be certain about it. Perhaps the sealed world you found is the only one there. We'll only find out after taking a look, but there's no harm in bringing more people with us just in case. Xianxia nodded with a heavy heart. It wasn't because of the number of sealed worlds. It was because of his speculations about the sealed worlds. If his speculations were right, it would mean that there were already humans fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield in ancient times. The situation was still the same these days, so when would the war ever end? When would those living in the 3,000 worlds be free from this constant threat? If his speculations were right, the ancients back then certainly had to give up parts of their small universes so that they would be spared from getting invaded by Black Ink strength. Therefore, they found profound in-spirit fruits and even planted these fruit trees inside their small universes so that they could consume the fruits at any time. Their efforts yielded wonderful results for the descendants. That was the reason humans could now find profound in-spirit fruits in those sealed worlds. It would take them one day to go from the forward base to the location where Xianxia had felt the space principle fluctuations. Previously, he was busy moving universe worlds, so even though he had found a portal, he didn't have time to deal with it. He only memorized the location so that he could explore it later. At that time, he also didn't inspect the surroundings. One day later, dawning light stopped in a particular place in the void. After sensing his surroundings, Xianxia pointed in a particular direction. Over there, sir. Chahu looked in the same direction and tried to investigate. However, he was unable to detect anything. He reckoned that the space principle fluctuations must be extremely weak. That was the reason he was unable to sense it despite being an 8th order open heaven realm master. On the other hand, Xianxia was a master of the Tao of space, so he could find these faint traces. With that said, if these portals could be found so easily, they would have fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan long ago, leaving nothing behind for the humans. It had to be noted that the Black Ink clan had occupied this area for far longer than the humans had. Chahu said, "This king will stand guard for you all, so you can make a move with peace of mind." Upon hearing that, Xianxia took a step forward. Xianxia moved towards the fluctuations and manipulated space principles. To him, the almost indiscernible traces were as conspicuous as a beacon of light in the darkness. In front of everyone's eyes, he extended his hands into the void, which started melting away. Space principles surged as he forcefully separated his hands. World force came right at his face as the portal to a sealed world was opened. Chahu arched his brow at the sight, thinking that the younger man was truly a master in the Tao of space. He couldn't even detect the portal to the sealed world, but Xianxia was able to easily open it. The squad leaders, who were standing on the deck of dawning light, were staring at the portal with fervent gazes. Human soldiers were always keen on exploring sealed worlds. First of all, compared to the hostile environment on the Black Ink battlefield, there usually wouldn't be any dangers in a sealed world. Secondly, every sealed world would have some good stuff inside. Even though they wouldn't always get profound in-spirit fruits, there would certainly be a lot of herbs that could be used to make spirit pills. They would also acquire some military merits by exploring these sealed worlds and harvesting some treasures. Chahu swept a glance over them and asked, "Do any of you want to look into it?" "Me. I'm willing to explore it." At that moment, the place was bustling with noises as the squad leaders fought for the chance. Chahu raised his hand, after which everyone fell silent. He then pointed at the squad leader nearest to him and said, "You'll go in with your squad. However, regardless of what you get, you have to share half of the military merits with Dawn." Upon hearing that, the squad leader nodded. "All right." Xianxia was the one who opened the portal to the sealed world. Supposedly, the members of Dawn had discovered this sealed world, and they had the right to explore it. However, since Chahu had given the order, This squad had the chance to get some benefits. It was totally reasonable to share half of the military merits with Dawn. If there's any danger, inform me immediately, Chahu ordered. The squad leader cupped his fists. Yes, things wouldn't always go well every time they explored a sealed world. There might be some unexpected danger. The squad leader gathered his members and then flew into the sealed world. The other squad leaders stared at them with envious expressions. Chahu turned to Yang Kai. Try looking for more sealed worlds nearby. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai wandered around the area. After hearing Chahu's explanation about the origin of the sealed worlds, Yang Kai was curious whether they really were clustered just like mushrooms. He happened to discover something when he passed by this place previously, but he had not looked into it carefully. Now that he started exploring the area, he soon found another portal to a sealed world. Just like the previous sealed world, there were only faint space principle fluctuations. If he hadn't intently searched for it, he would have missed it. Yang Kai made a move again and opened the portal, after which another squad went inside. About a cup of tea stick later, he found 2 more portals to the sealed worlds, which were not far away from the second one. If the speculation that Chahu had mentioned was right, it meant that in this region of the void, the ancient great experts had clashed with the Black Ink clan. A lot of powerful cultivators were killed, and the small universes that they left behind formed into a cluster of sealed worlds as time passed. It had been less than an hour since Yang Kai arrived at this place, and he had already found 4 portals. Obviously, there were even more sealed worlds that were yet to be discovered. As he focused on looking for them, he soon found even more sealed worlds. One day later, all 8 squads on Dawning Light had left to explore the sealed worlds. Other than the people who had to stand guard, the members of Dawn had also been divided into 2 teams, which were respectively led by a 7th Order Master, and gone to explore 2 sealed worlds. 4 to 5 days later, Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light and reported to Chahu, "Sir, I've explored every corner of this area. There are 11 sealed worlds in total, and all the portals have been opened." Chahu praised him by saying, "You've done a great job. 11 sealed worlds would mean tremendous benefits to humans. A lot of useful herbs and profound spirit fruits would be found in this place. This cluster of sealed worlds could be considered quite large." The best record found in Blue Sky Pass was that they had discovered 7 sealed worlds in a particular area in the past. In order to open those portals, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to take action personally, unlike how easy it was for Yang Kai. With an expert in the Tao of space around, they wouldn't miss any hidden sealed worlds in this place. An idea flashed through Chahu's mind as he thought about it. Previously, they had found a lot of sealed worlds in many areas around Blue Sky Pass, but due to limited means, they hadn't necessarily uncovered all the hidden sealed worlds. Perhaps there were sealed worlds that were yet to be discovered in those places. If they brought Yang Kai to where sealed worlds had been found in the past, they might get some pleasant surprises. He decided to deal with this matter after they were done with the work here. They would take up some of Yang Kai's time, but this kind of sacrifice was nothing compared to the rewards they would get. A considerate Chahu said, "We'll stay here for quite some time. Since you're free, you can cultivate on your own or explore the sealed worlds freely. This king will stand guard on Dawning Light, so you don't have to worry about anything." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I'll go explore a sealed world. Then, N." Chahu nodded, then shouted, "Bai-E." "Yes." Bai-E took a step forward. "Follow your senior brother Yang, so that you two can take care of each other." "Yes." Yang Kai didn't object to it as he shot out of Dawning Light with her and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a sealed worlds portal. He activated space principles to engulf Bai-E and crashed into the sealed world. A sense of dizziness came over them, but they soon recovered from it. What came into their sight was endless greenery. This kind of greenery was exceptionally rare on the Black Ink battlefield where the environment was incredibly hostile. All universe worlds were shrouded in death chi without a hint of greenery, and eerie black ink clouds loomed everywhere in the void. Therefore, both Bai-E and Yang Kai felt refreshed the instant they saw such a beautiful sight. In this kind of environment, there were surely a lot of spirit herbs. That was indeed the case. Yang Kai soon found a red flower the size of a washbasin in a nearby place. There were 7 golden dots on the flower petals that formed into an abstruse pattern. Yang Kai couldn't recognize the flower. Although he had studied alchemic Tao for a time, he stopped improving on it after he left the star boundary. He couldn't recognize all of the spirit flowers in the 3,000 worlds, let alone the ones on the black ink battlefield. However, he still instinctively felt that this red flower was a kind of spirit herb. On the other hand, Bai Yi directly told him the flower's name. It's a 7 stars red rain flower. You can recognize it? Yang Kai was surprised. Bai Yi nodded. It's the main ingredient for making the 7 stars pill. You should have seen it on the list of resources in the War Materials Hall. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai replied, I've exchanged for some 7 stars pills before. 7 stars pills were wonderful healing medicines. When he saw the pills in the War Materials Hall, he decided to obtain some of them. After the battle against Zhu Feng previously, he consumed some of those pills, and they were truly effective. He still had 2 7 stars pills with him. So, you're an expert in alchemic Tao. Admiration was written all over Yang Kai's face. Bai Yi burst into laughter. I'm not an alchemist of any sort. However, I did have some experience in exploring sealed worlds. The alchemists from the inner sanctum have written up a manual that describes the appearances, harvesting techniques, and uses of some herbs. I have read the manual, so I can remember them. It required some special techniques when picking certain herbs. If they did it without much thought, they might damage the medicinal efficacies. Taking that into consideration, the alchemists from the inner sanctum decided to create instruction manuals that recorded the herbs found in sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield and distributed them to the soldiers so that they wouldn't be rough to the good stuff they found. Yang Kai suggested by saying, Since you can recognize it, I'll let you pick it then. Bai Yi nodded and picked the flower. Fortunately, it didn't require any special skills for picking 7 stars red rain flowers, so she soon acquired it. After they obtained the flower, they were looking forward to getting more rewards in this sealed world. Following a brief discussion, they decided to split up while ensuring there was only a distance of 50 kilometers between them. At such a distance, if one of them fell into danger, the other could come to the rescue immediately. Bai Yi also passed Yang Kai the manual that was made by the alchemist from the inner sanctum. Yang Kai flipped through it and soon remembered its content. As he passed through the dense forest, he released his divine sense so that he could immediately detect any spirit herbs nearby. It seemed the environment in this sealed world was quite suitable for the growth of herbs, and after just half a day, Yang Kai had acquired more than 100 herbs and kept them inside his small universe. When he returned to Blue Sky Pass, he could hand them in for military merits. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any profound in-spirit fruits. With that said, he wasn't disappointed, for not every sealed world had profound in-spirit fruits. He had opened 11 portals, so there must be profound in-spirit fruits in some of the sealed worlds. While looking for herbs, Yang Kai was also inspecting this sealed world. Gradually, he realized that Cha Hu's speculation about the origin of the sealed worlds could very well be right. Fundamentally, these sealed worlds were the same as the universe paradises and cave heavens left behind by human masters after their deaths in ancient times. However, the way the great experts cultivated back then might be a little different from the current cultivators, so the small universes they had left behind were distinct. Another half a day later, Yang Kai had acquired a lot of good things. Presently, he was moving towards a place where there was a lot of world energy. He could sense that there was some kind of potent spirit medicine over there. He soon found a plant that was half the height of a human. Some fruits the size of baby fists were seen hanging on the branches. This plant was similar to a profound in-spirit fruit tree at first glance, but upon closer look, one would realize they were not the same. Instead, it was a different kind of spirit fruit tree. The manual given to Yang Kai by Bai Yi had a detailed comparison between the 2 fruit trees, so he could instantly tell the difference. Although the fruits were not profound in-spirit fruits, they were very rare as well, so he carefully picked the fruits and transferred the tree to the medicine garden in his small universe. Since long ago, Yang Kai had planted a lot of precious spirit herbs inside his personal medicine garden. With the help of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, who were from the Wood Spirit clan, the spirit herbs in the medicine garden flourished. Additionally, the flow of time in his small universe was 4 times faster than in the outside world, so the spirit herbs in the medicine garden matured much more rapidly. After the fruit tree was moved to his medicine garden, it would not have any trouble surviving with the 2 wood spirits tending to it. However, Xianxia was not able to determine when the tree would bear fruits again. As he continued exploring the sealed world, Xianxia found even more spirit herbs. He would move the plants into his small universe if he was able to do so, and for the ones that couldn't be transplanted, he would carefully pick their fruits or flowers. A few days later, he had gained quite a harvest. He believed that Bai had also acquired a large number of valuable items. The environment in this sealed world seemed quite suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. It was difficult to find sealed worlds that were so full of precious spirit medicines like this one. When Xianxia was looking around one day, he suddenly felt world force undulating in a place that was several dozen kilometers away from him. The next moment, a deafening noise was heard. His expression changed as he manipulated space principles and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Bai. He immediately released his divine sense to inspect the surroundings, but he couldn't detect any danger. Staring at the young woman, he asked, "What's going on?" Bai frowned and pointed at the dense forest in front of her. "As I was exploring this area, I think I triggered some kind of restriction." The noise he had heard just now was the result of Bai activating her world force in order to protect herself. A restriction? Xianxia was shocked. It had been a few days since they entered this sealed world. Not only were they safe, but they had also acquired a lot of valuable spirit herbs. While Xianxia didn't come across any danger, Bai accidentally triggered a restriction. A restriction could either be man-made or naturally formed. It wouldn't have mattered if it was the latter. However, if it was the former, the speculation Cha who had about the origin of the sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield would basically be confirmed. Xianxia quickly looked in the same direction and saw a dense forest. Nevertheless, the sight before his eyes was somewhat surreal as an almost indiscernible ripple spread across the forest. There was indeed a restriction here. However, the restriction was so ancient that it no longer functioned smoothly. Following Bai's attack, a weakness in the restriction was revealed. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his left pupil had turned golden. The golden light radiating from his eye was majestic, and it was able to see through all the falsities in the world. The demon eye of annihilation from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven was most useful in this kind of situation. With the help of the demon eye of annihilation, the sight before his eyes changed into something else entirely, and Xianxia couldn't help exclaiming in excitement. Bai quickly asked, "Have you found anything, senior brother?" Xianxia nodded gently. "There are dilapidated illusion and killing arrays here. They're both clearly man-made." As he spoke, he extended his hand and world force billowed from his palm into the forest in a regular pattern. The person who set up these arrays was quite skillful at his craft. If the illusion array and killing array had still been intact, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to notice a weakness in them even after using his demon eye of annihilation, let alone have a chance to crack them. However, the restriction left behind here was too dated. Even though it was still operating, its power had been greatly reduced. Weaknesses were everywhere as Xianxia scanned this restriction with the demon eye of annihilation. Once he found these weaknesses, he could easily expand them despite not being an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays. Barely a cup of tea later, the dense forest in front of them shattered and disappeared into nothingness. The site was replaced by a medicine garden where there were countless rare plants. They could see more than 10 profound spirit fruit trees at first glance, red profound spirit fruits hanging from their branches. Xianxia and Bai were pleasantly surprised. They exchanged glances as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The herbs in this medicine garden easily numbered 10 times what Xianxia had obtained over the past few days, and that was not even counting the extremely rare profound spirit fruit trees. One gigantic tree stood tall in the middle of the medicine garden, making it especially conspicuous. This gigantic tree also gave off a sense of familiarity to Xianxia for some reason. "Senior brother, could this be an illusion array as well?" Bai asked in a dazed state. Xianxia burst into laughter. "We'll find out if this is an illusion array soon enough." They then stepped into the medicine garden. The longer they explored it, the more joyful they became. Certainly, everything in this medicine garden was real, not illusory. All these spirit herbs had extremely high medicinal ages which gave them potent medicinal efficacies. Even though most of the herbs had already been recorded in the manual made by the alchemists from the inner sanctum, there were still some that were unknown. In other words, these herbs had never been found on the black ink battlefield before. Even the alchemists of Blue Sky Pass were not aware of their existence. These were the ancient herbs that only existed in this medicine garden and could never be found in the outside world. After some quick calculations, the pair realized that there were several thousand spirit herbs that they could or could not recognize. They had found more than 20 profound in spirit fruit trees alone, each of them having between 3 to 8 ripe fruits. There were also a number of empty spots in the garden which Yang Kai figured had originally been herbs. However, they had died out after a long period of negligence. A sense of regret overwhelmed Yang Kai. He had no idea what those dead spirit herbs were, but everything in this medicine garden was rare and precious, so it was a shame that they were gone. Finally, he stood in front of the huge tree in the middle of the medicine garden and looked up in a dazed state. Bai Yi appeared beside him and said, "Senior brother, it seems that the sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield were really formed from the ancient great experts' small universes after their death." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, and this particular sealed world we're in was left behind by an alchemist." "How do you know?" Bai Yi was puzzled. Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Only an alchemist would spend so much time and energy to grow such a large medicine garden in their small universe." He came to this conclusion after considering his own experiences. The average cultivator who knew nothing about the alchemic Tao wouldn't know how to nurture spirit herbs properly. Yang Kai had Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to help him out, and he had studied the alchemic Tao in the past, which was why he still had a medicine garden in his small universe. The average cultivator would have killed these rare herbs if he really transplanted them to their small universe without knowing how to care for them. Since this sealed world was left behind by an alchemist, the environment was naturally suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. That was the reason they had gained quite a lot of rewards as they explored this place. However, their previous gains were nothing compared to the precious herbs in this medicine garden. This medicine garden was the biggest prize. This alchemist truly treasured his medicine garden. He might have set them up himself or employed someone to arrange powerful arrays around this medicine garden to protect it. However, since he was an alchemist, he probably knew little about fighting. After he was killed in a battle, his small universe must have collapsed. This medicine garden was saved with the restrictions protection. We just happened to come across it and gain all the benefits. Upon hearing that, Bai Yi nodded. "You have a point, senior brother." She then gazed at the gigantic tree. "Can you recognize this tree?" She was curious about why Yang Kai had been standing in front of this giant tree for a long time now. Yang Kai's face twitched as he nodded. "Yes. What tree is it?" Yang Kai let out a breath. "You've probably heard of it, but you don't recognize it because you have never seen it before. It's a world tree." Upon hearing that, Bai Yi was astonished. "The world tree? Did you just say it's the world tree?" She suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment, senior brother. It said that the world tree is hidden in the grand ancient ruins boundary." There was a senior from Divine Feather Paradise who entered the grand ancient ruins boundary before and heard stories about the world tree, but he never saw it in person. Could the rumors be false? Yang Kai shook his head. "The world tree is indeed hidden in the grand ancient ruins boundary. The rumors that senior of yours heard weren't false. I've been to the grand ancient ruins boundary and had the chance to see the world tree." "Then the one in front of us?" Bai Yi was puzzled. The world tree was a one-of-a-kind existence. Since it was still in the grand ancient ruins boundary, why would it appear in this place? Yang Kai patted the thick trunk of the world tree. "It's certainly not the mother tree. It's just a clone of the world tree. Obviously, the owner of this sealed world was lucky enough to have obtained a root from the world tree and then planted it in his small universe. It has grown to such a scale over the years." "A clone." "Yes, a clone." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "In the past, I had the luck to acquire a root from the world tree. At that time, my homeland was on the brink of collapse, so I planted the World Tree's root there to ensure its survival. Moreover, with the existence of the World Tree's clone, my homeland became the most important universe world in the 3000 worlds. The cave heavens and paradises all send many of their young and talented disciples there to be nurtured by it. Why is that? Bai was perplexed. Xianxia explained, "It's natural that you don't know about it, junior sister. Although the World Tree in my homeland is just a clone, the people living there can reap immense benefits from the tree's nourishment. By cultivating in that special environment from a young age, one's innate talent can be increased and they can more easily condense a firmer Dao seal. Now, there are a lot of people in my homeland who are capable of directly ascending to the sixth order open heaven realm. There are even quite a number who can directly make it to the seventh order." Bai was shocked. "I can't believe that a World Tree's clone has such amazing effects." And Xianxia let out a sigh. "When I planted the root back then, I just wanted to save my homeland from falling apart. I didn't have any clue about the benefits it would bring, and that almost caused a crisis sometime later. The World Tree's clone was immensely beneficial to the star boundary, as all the living creatures there benefited from its presence. Therefore, there were a lot of talented people who appeared in the star boundary over the years. Previously rare, heaven-defying geniuses were now everywhere in the star boundary. Since a clone was already so useful to a universe world, what would happen if a cultivator planted one in their small universe? Fundamentally, a cultivator's small universe could be considered a universe world as well. Many people had speculated that one would benefit greatly if he could do so. The envoys from the cave heavens and paradises who were stationed in the star boundary had tried to obtain roots from the World Tree's clone and plant them inside their small universes. Without fail, though, none of these roots survived. Therefore, the foreign affairs envoys speculated that only a root obtained from the mother tree could be turned into a clone, while the root hairs acquired from a clone could not survive. Since the World Tree's clone before their eyes was fully grown, it suggested that the sealed world's owner had previously obtained a root from the real World Tree, just like what Xianxia had done. However, while Xianxia planted the root in the star boundary, this person planted it in their small universe. Bai looked up and muttered, "If this is the World Tree's clone, could the fruits on its branches be world fruits?" It wasn't certain how long this World Tree's clone had lived, but it was full of fragrant spirit fruits. They could see that there were countless spirit fruits hanging on the branches. It was just like what Xianxia saw when he came across the real World Tree in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The question of whether a World Tree's clone could bear world fruits had been troubling the open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises. Many speculated that it could bear fruits, but they were not certain when it would happen. Xianxia had also been looking forward to the day when the World Tree in the star boundary would bear fruits. However, it had only been a short time since the World Tree was planted, so it hadn't shown any signs of bearing fruits. The one in the sealed world had verified their speculations. The clone could also bear world fruits. A lot of them, in fact. Yes, they're world fruits, Xianxia nodded. But they're slightly different from real-world fruits. Bai asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Xianxia shook his head as he couldn't really tell. However, he could see that the world fruits hanging on this fruit tree were indeed different from the ones he saw in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The most glaring difference was that the world fruits here were much smaller. This discovery is very important. Junior sister, you stay here while I inform Division Commander Char about it, so that he can send more people to this place, Xianxia said. Understood. Bai nodded. It was then that Xianxia pushed his space principles and disappeared from the spot. The next instant, he appeared before the sealed world's portal and dashed out of it. Meanwhile, Cha, who was standing on the deck of Dawning Light, monitoring the surroundings to prevent any Black Ink clansmen from attacking them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan seemed to have given up on this area after the last great battle here. Not even a single Black Ink clansman had been spotted in this area for some time now. The moment Xianxia appeared, Cha Hu turned to look at him. As the younger man got closer, Cha Hu asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Xianxia had returned alone while Bai was nowhere in sight, he thought that they had encountered some danger in the sealed world. "Sir?" Xianxia cupped his fist. Junior Sister Bai and I have discovered something critical in the sealed world we were exploring. He then recounted what he had seen. Upon hearing that, Cha, who became excited, "Are you sure it's a World Trees clone?" Yang Kai replied, "There's one in my homeland, so I can recognize it. Additionally, there are a lot of rare spirit herbs in the medicine garden. I can't even recognize some of them, so I don't dare to rashly harvest them. You'll have to head over and make a decision, sir." Chahu nodded. "In that case, I definitely have to take a look." After that, he told two squads who had just returned to follow him. There were a lot of herbs and a world tree in an ancient medicine garden, so they would need a lot of time and manpower to harvest them. It was definitely better to bring more people with him. They soon passed through the portal and streamed into the sealed world. Since there wasn't a need to explore anything, they headed straight to the medicine garden, and an incense stick later they arrived. Bai Yi stepped forward to salute him, but Cha, who waved his hand to stop her before his gaze fixed on the World Tree's clone. The members of the two squads exclaimed as well. Although they had respectively explored a sealed world each and acquired some treasures, they had never seen anything as magnificent as this. The medicine garden was covered in spirit medicines, some they could identify and some they could not, and in the middle of the garden stood a world tree clone that was full of world fruits. They had all heard about the world tree before, but none of them had ever seen it. All of them grew curious as they examined the world fruits. This couldn't be helped, as it was said that world fruits could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order and increase the natural limits of their aptitude. It was expected that they drooled over such treasures. If an open heaven realm master, whose upper limit was the 7th order, could consume a high-rank world fruit, he would instantly make it to the 8th order. On the Black Ink battlefield, an 8th order open heaven realm master would be a division commander. It had to be noted that there were over 20,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, but there were only a few dozen 8th order division commanders, and each one was immensely important to the human race as a whole. If an open heaven realm master, whose limit was the 8th order, could consume a high-rank world fruit, they would become an old ancestor, a powerhouse that could tilt the entire direction of the war against the Black Ink clans. Even a powerful master like Cha, who felt his emotions undulating. However, he soon pulled himself together and ordered the two squads to begin harvesting the herbs in the medicine garden. They were ordered not to touch the ones they couldn't recognize, as he would find a way to deal with them later. On the other hand, he led Yang Kai to approach the World Tree's clone. A moment later, he said, "I remember that when you arrived at Blue Sky Pass for the first time, you said that you had seen the World Tree in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and even obtained some world fruits." Yang Kai had indeed told the 8th Order Masters about his past experiences, so this wasn't really a secret among the army and division commanders in the Inner Sanctum. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. "Back then, I directly ascended to the 5th Order, then made it to the 6th Order after consuming a mid-rank world fruit." Chahu asked, "Since you think this is a world tree, could the fruits on the tree be world fruits as well?" Yang Kai nodded again. "There's no doubt about it. However, this is not the mother tree. It's just a clone. Although the fruits on this tree are indeed world fruits, they're different from the ones I've acquired." "How are they different?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't really tell, but I do have some low-rank world fruits with me. Please take a look, sir." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai fished out a low-rank world fruit and passed it to Chahu. When he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, he acquired 3 mid-rank and 13 low-rank world fruits. He passed Lu Shui and Yu He a mid-rank world fruit each, and he consumed the remaining one. Could be said that they had been put to good use. On the other hand, he had given Gua Ziyen a low-rank world fruit, so that the latter could ascend from the 2nd Order to the 3rd Order Open Heaven realm directly. He didn't give out any of the other low-rank word fruits as they were not really valuable. That said, Yang Kai had consumed some low-rank world fruits while fighting his enemies before. Although they were useless for raising his order, they could replenish a large amount of a cultivator's world force in short order with no side effects. They were vastly superior to any kind of restorative spirit pill in that regard. Yang Kai still had some low-rank world fruits on him. After taking the low-rank world fruit, Chahu examined it and looked up at the fruits on the tree. Then he furrowed his brows. The ones on the tree were indeed different, as they were much smaller than the world fruit passed to him by Yang Kai. So, do you think the fruits on this tree have the amazing effects that we've heard from the rumors? Chahu suddenly asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai shook his head. I wouldn't dare to make a speculation. After all, I haven't consumed one before. Regardless, this is a clone, so the fruits are definitely not comparable to the ones hanging on the mother tree. Chahu nodded gently and passed the low-rank world fruit back to Yang Kai. Regardless, the fruits must be extremely valuable. We should pick them first and then let the people back in the inner sanctum study them. He then turned to Yang Kai and asked, Is there anything I have to take note of when picking these fruits? After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied, Back then, every time I picked a world fruit in the grand ancient ruins boundary, I had to go through a kind of reincarnation. In essence, each fruit contained an entire world with its own principles. However, that was the case for the mother tree. I'm not sure if it's the same for this clone. Chahu chuckled. Interesting. Well, we'll know once we try. Yes, Yang Kai replied. They then started picking the fruits. Yang Kai was initially wary that he would have to go through a reincarnation again, just like what happened in the grand ancient ruins boundary. However, when he picked the world fruit nearest to him, he only fell into a dazed state while a mysterious world force clashed with his soul in an attempt to pull him in. He only resisted for a bit and became safe. He didn't really fall into that world. It seemed that the fruits on the clone tree had also inherited the characteristics of the fruits on the mother tree, but they were not nearly as profound or abstruse as the ones on the latter. Perhaps it also had something to do with the fact that Yang Kai had become stronger as well. In the past, he was only an Emperor Realm Master who had just condensed his Dao Seal when he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Now, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he turned to look at Chahu, he realized that the latter wasn't affected at all. The fruits just instantly disappeared from the tree wherever the older man went. Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and continued picking the fruits. There were more than 1,000 fruits on the tree, but they were soon fully picked. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep any of them and just passed all the fruits he had picked to Chahu. All the world fruits were collected within an hour. Although there were no more fruits left, the world tree's clone before their eyes was extremely precious as well. Hence, they wouldn't want to miss it. However, Chahu didn't immediately put the world fruits inside his small universe, and after giving it a thought, he said, Yang Kai, take this world tree. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. Chahu went on to say, although this king doesn't know what benefits this thing will bring, I reckon that it wouldn't cause any harm as it's a world tree clone that was planted in an ancient great expert's small universe. Even though you're just a 7th Order Master, we have to ensure your safety as you are of critical importance to us. It won't matter if this thing brings no benefits. However, if there are any benefits, it should help you grow your strength more quickly so that you'll be able to defend yourself on the black ink battlefield. A grateful Yang Kai cupped his fist. Many thanks, sir. Chahu waved his hand. You are the one who has discovered these 11 sealed worlds. Without you, we wouldn't have gained so many benefits in the first place, so you have the right to keep this thing. However, this king has to make one thing clear to you. Even though those from the inner sanctum wouldn't object to it when they find out you've acquired this thing, you'll have to exchange your military merits for it. As for how many military merits will be needed, that depends on how many benefits you'll get from this treasure. When we return to the inner sanctum, the army commanders will ask you about it. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Although he was the one who had discovered the treasures in this sealed world, the rules were that everything had to be handed in and then exchanged for military merits on the black ink battlefield. Make a move now. I'll head over there to have a look around, Chahu said, then shuffled towards the medicine garden. Most of the spirit herbs in the medicine garden had been picked, but the unrecognizable ones still remained in place. They wouldn't dare to pick them lest the medicinal efficacies were damaged. Standing in front of the world tree's clone, Yang Kai activated his divine sense and his space principles undulated. The void around him started contorting. He initially thought that, given his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to transfer this world tree clone inside his small universe. Nevertheless, after some investigation, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive. After Cha Hu finished picking the remaining spirit herbs in the medicine garden 2 hours later, he realized that Yang Kai had been standing in front of the World Tree clone without making a move. Besides that, his face was slightly pale, which suggested that he had consumed quite a lot of energy. With a frown, Cha Hu appeared beside him and waited patiently. Another 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and let out a breath. "What happened?" Cha Hu asked. Bai Yi was also looking at Yang Kai with curiosity. Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. "Sir, this World Tree clone is closely connected to the sealed world. They're inseparable." Cha Hu was stunned. "Really?" As he spoke, he released his divine sense into the surroundings. He was more powerful than Yang Kai, so it took him a shorter time to inspect everything. Just like what Yang Kai had said, the World Tree's clone and the sealed world were inseparable. This truly surprised him. When he told Yang Kai to take the World Tree, he was doing it for the latter's own good. Just like he had said, despite not knowing what benefits the World Tree would bring, it wouldn't cause any harm to take it. If there were really any benefits, Yang Kai would benefit from them and be able to grow more quickly. Although a 7th Order Master could be considered fairly strong, Yang Kai was still too weak to fight against a territory lord. And if he came across a royal lord, he wouldn't even stand a chance to survive. Cha Hu hoped that Yang Kai could quickly ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm so that the latter could make more contributions to the human race. However, since this World Tree clone was closely connected to the sealed world, even an 8th Order Division commander like him wouldn't be able to easily take it, let alone Yang Kai. "What a shame!" Cha Hu let out a sigh. Yang Kai frowned. "There's still a way to collect the tree, but it will take some time." Cha Hu was puzzled for a moment, but he soon understood what the other man meant. "You can't do that. Don't even think about it." "You know what I'm talking about, sir?" Cha Hu snorted. "Since this thing and the sealed world are closely connected, you just have to store the entire sealed world inside your small universe in order to take this tree." "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded. "There's no other way around it." Cha Hu said grimly, "By doing so, the different kinds of Tao essences in this sealed world will merge with your small universe. It would be fine if those Tao essences complement your small universe. They might even strengthen your power. However, if they clash with your small universe, they are no different from impurities to you, and they might even affect your foundation. You have to know that this method is what those wicked cultivators used to increase their power by forcefully refining the world force of universe worlds. Fundamentally, this sealed world was a small universe left behind by an ancient great expert that contained their accumulated cultivation before their death. The Tao essences hidden in this sealed world were not all beneficial to Yang Kai. Instead, they were likely harmful to him. That was the reason Cha Hu objected to this idea. He wanted Yang Kai to take the World Tree's clone because he wanted to help the latter grow. Hence, he wouldn't want to see the younger man harming his foundation. Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I understand that. However, please don't forget that I have a world spring that can protect my small universe from any external influences. With it, it will only take me some time to expel the incompatible world force and Tao essences in this sealed world. By then, this World Tree's clone will be in my small universe." Yang Kai had a similar experience before. In the past, when he led the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland to hunt Zuoquanhui down in the New Great Territory, the latter, who was about to be defeated, spread out his small universe in a final attempt to resist. To counterattack, Yang Kai also manifested his small universe. Although he eventually managed to kill Zuoquanhui, a lot of the latter's power was deposited in his small universe following the clash between their small universes. It took Yang Kai some effort to get rid of these impurities, but his foundation wasn't affected one bit. He didn't have the world spring at that time either, so now that he did, he wasn't worried about anything. Cha Hu was still hesitant, but Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot by saying, "Sir, even black ink strength can't invade my small universe, so why would I be afraid of this sealed world's power? It could be said that I'm the most suitable person to collect this treasure." Cha Hu was somewhat convinced after hearing that. "However, it will take you quite some time to get rid of all the impurities. Your efforts will go to waste if there are no benefits to be gained." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It will only take some time to give it a try. Even if there are no benefits, I'll have a world tree clone in my small universe that might bear the world fruits in the future. Moreover, it's a clone of the world tree. There's no way there wouldn't be any benefits." Chahu fell silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, you can give it a try. This king will stand guard for you. If there's any anomalies, though, you must immediately give it up." "Many thanks, sir." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Since it was decided that Yang Kai would put the sealed world inside his small universe, there was no longer a need for any exploration. Chahu ordered everyone else to leave. Soon, Yang Kai and Chahu were the only ones left in the sealed world. Yang Kai took a deep breath before activating his power to spread out his small universe. The next instant, his small universe proliferated at the speed of lightning and engulfed everything. Chahu was hovering in the void and looking around intently. Upon seeing the young man's small universe, though, he couldn't help but arch his brow. Supposedly, Yang Kai was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his foundation shouldn't be very stable. However, Chahu could see that instead of being unsteady, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was rich and ample. As the small universe spread further, he could also see the living creatures within it. There was also a small spring that provided a steady yet refreshing aura to the entire small universe. When he was shrouded in Yang Kai's small universe, Chahu fell into a dazed state for a moment and, for an instant, he felt that his perception of time had been warped. Time principles? He raised his brow. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, but no one was aware that he was also skillful in the Tao of time. Chahu was astounded, wondering how this brat managed to master both the Tao of space and the Tao of time at the same time. It had to be noted that it was extremely difficult to learn the basics of either of these grand Taos, let alone master them. It would be immensely lucky for anyone to be proficient in one of the two esoteric grand Taos, so it was inconceivable that someone was actually accomplished in both. While Chahu's emotions undulated, Yang Kai's small universe had already engulfed the entire sealed world. Seeing that the younger man didn't feel any discomfort, Chahu set his mind at ease. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to him and said, "Please move away from here, sir." After a nod, Chahu turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the exit portal. When Yang Kai was spreading out his small universe, there wasn't a problem with Chahu being there. However, now that Yang Kai was about to retrieve his small universe, he had to leave. After all, Chahu was an order above Yang Kai, so the capacity of the latter's small universe wasn't large enough to accommodate him. After leaving the portal, Chahu turned around and felt a tremor coming from the sealed world. A rumbling sound was heard from time to time, and the location of the portal contorted as though it would break apart at any moment. This situation lasted for a few days until the portal finally disappeared altogether. The next instant, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than Yang Kai. Nonetheless, his face was pale at this moment, and his aura was unstable, as though he had been badly injured. Bai Yi instantly approached him, but Yang Kai waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He looked pale right now because he had forcefully put the sealed world inside his small universe. The sealed world was a small universe left behind by a great expert in ancient times. It was expected that Yang Kai would be greatly impacted after taking it in. However, he had no choice but to do so in order to acquire the world tree. An average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have seen his small universe exploding if he tried to do this. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a world spring to protect his small universe, so although the process was difficult, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. However, before Yang Kai could get rid of the impurities from the sealed world, he wouldn't be able to fight against anyone. Fortunately, it had been peaceful in Blue Sky Pass recently. It would take the Black Ink clan at least a few dozen years to recuperate from their previous losses, so there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to battle against anyone. All the squads had returned from exploring the sealed worlds, and they had all obtained a lot of rewards. Following Chahu's order, Dawning Light turned into a ray of light and flew towards Blue Sky Pass. A few days later, Blue Sky Pass came into their sight. They could see that there were a lot of universe worlds in the void outside of Blue Sky Pass. These universe worlds were moved back from the resource harvesting areas by the masters from the inner sanctum in the last 2 years. Quite a number of cultivators could now be seen extracting resources in those universe worlds. This was a difficult undertaking, and even though thousands of soldiers from the inner sanctum were working on it, it would take them at least 20 years before they could fully extract the resources in those universe worlds. When that time came, though, the reserve of resources in the inner sanctum would be tremendous. Even without any new resources from the 3,000 worlds, Blue Sky Pass would be able to last for 1,000 years without needing to resupply. Could be said that the void yin-yang mirrors that Xianxia had brought had alleviated the lack of resources in Blue Sky Pass, and it was the same for the other great passes. As they got closer to the inner sanctum, Xianxia's voice was heard coming from the cabin. "Sir, I'll remain out here. Please help me find a safe place outside of the inner sanctum. I need to cultivate in seclusion for some time." Cha, who instinctively wanted to reject his idea. Xianxia was important to the human race. Since he wanted to cultivate in seclusion, he had to do so in an absolutely safe place. His best choice would be entering the inner sanctum. Why would he want to cultivate in seclusion outside of it? Nevertheless, after giving it a thought, he soon realized Xianxia's intentions. What Xianxia was about to do would cause some inconvenience to the inner sanctum, so it really would be better for him to stay outside. Cha, who then nodded in agreement. "Good. This king will look for a safe place for you." He expanded his divine sense and soon found a suitable location. It was a universe fragment that was left behind after a universe world had been fully mined out. There were many universe worlds that were being mined outside Blue Sky Pass, so it was expected that a lot of universe fragments would be produced. They were rubbish to Blue Sky Pass that had to be cleaned up. Although some people would deal with it, they had to wait for the universe fragments to accumulate to a certain scale first in order to be efficient. This universe fragment was only several hundred kilometers away from Blue Sky Pass, and its landmass was neither big nor small. Even if Xianxia came across any danger while cultivating in this place, those from the inner sanctum could immediately come to assist. They wouldn't have to worry about Xianxia being harmed by the Black Ink clan. Dawning Light then flew towards the universe fragment and landed on it. A pale Xianxia, whose aura was clearly unstable, stepped out of the cabin. His unsteady steps made him look as if he was drunk. However, those who were aware of Xianxia's condition knew that he wasn't inebriated. It was just that his small universe was filled to bursting. Dawn's squad is to remain here and stand guard for their squad leader. This king will head back to the inner sanctum and tell some array masters to come over and set up another layer of protection. The other squads can return to their own places. Cha, who commanded. Xianxia directly sat down with his legs crossed on a flat area on the universe fragment and started cultivating in silence. This made him feel astounded as he was curious about the cultivation of the owner who left behind that small universe in ancient times. With that said, he was certain that the ancient great expert was more powerful than him. Perhaps he was in the 8th order or even the 9th order open heaven realm. That was the reason Xianxia had fallen into such a state, even though the sealed world he absorbed was clearly just a fragment of the original small universe. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to resolve this problem. Xianxia just had to get rid of the impurities that were useless to his small universe. By doing so, not only could he ensure his safety, but he could also keep the World Tree's clone. That was Xianxia's initial plan, but it would take a pretty long time to achieve it. As he focused on examining his small universe, Xianxia soon detected the presence of various abstruse Tao essences which must have belonged to the ancient great expert. When he and Bai Yi were exploring the sealed world, they hadn't felt anything special despite being inside it, but now that Xianxia had gobbled up the entire sealed world and it was sitting in his small universe, he started to clearly detect all the abstrusities hidden within. He could easily sense the tremendous alchemic Tao essence in the sealed world. Proved that his speculation was right. The owner of the sealed world was indeed a skillful alchemist. That was the reason he spent the time and effort to build a medicine garden in his small universe. Alchemy in ancient times must be different from now. However, the 3,000 Grand Taos had never changed one bit since time immemorial. The alchemic Tao essence in the sealed world was a pleasant surprise to Xianxia. If he could refine this Tao essence, his mastery over the alchemic Tao would be improved. These days, he no longer sought to improve his alchemy skills. Nevertheless, some of the herbs they had collected this time were unknown to the human race, so they might have some amazing medical efficacies. His effort would be worth it if he could seize this chance to figure out the medical efficacies of those new spirit herbs. Xianxia got to work as he broke the sealed world into pieces in his small universe. He would refine the alchemic Tao essence while getting rid of the impurities lest his foundation be affected. It wasn't easy to refine someone else's Tao essence. After all, it didn't belong to Xianxia. Although it was beneficial to him, it couldn't perfectly fit into his small universe. Inevitably, some of the Tao essence would be wasted. As Xianxia refined the alchemic Tao essence in the sealed world, only 10% of it could be kept. This was the result considering the fact that he had a world spring. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't have been able to achieve nearly this high an assimilation rate. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Wuxia. That guy was a monstrous genius whose heaven-devouring battle law could devour anything and everything in the world and convert it to his own power. If he was the one refining these Tao essences, he would be able to do so with ease. Xianxia was fully aware of the advantages of heaven-devouring battle law. Nevertheless, due to various concerns, he wouldn't dare to use it. Wuxia possessed the flawless purifying golden lotus, so regardless of how he used the heaven-devouring battle law to absorb external forces, his foundation wouldn't be affected one bit. Xianxia had no way to replicate this feat. The two supreme lotuses were indeed supreme treasures of the universe. Although both the soul-warming lotus and flawless purifying golden lotus were extremely rare, one of them was useful for the soul while the other worked on the body. They had different purposes. While Xianxia was unable to achieve things that Wuxia could, Wuxia also wouldn't be able to accomplish things that were effortless for Xianxia. Cha, who had sent a number of array masters to come over and set up a protective grand array around the universe fragment, so that Xianxia wouldn't be disturbed by any external forces. Dawn was also stationed here and its members took turns to stand guard for Xianxia. Nearly 20,000 soldiers were still swamped with work outside Blue Sky Pass, but without the harassment from the Black Ink clan, the Black Ink battlefield seemed to be more serene and less dreadful. The place where Xianxia cultivated in seclusion was safe. Feng Ying and the others could detect that his aura was unstable, but he wasn't at risk of losing his life. However, the moment this universe fragment appeared in the void, its world force dissipated and disappeared. Without the nourishment of world force, all the plants on it withered instantly. Feng Ying, who was on duty, was flabbergasted as she thought that something bad had happened. Nonetheless, she soon realized that this universe fragment was expelled by Xianxia during the refinement process. It was a part of the sealed world as proven by the greenery on it. That was the reason Xianxia insisted on cultivating in seclusion outside of Blue Sky Pass instead of staying inside. It was expected that the sealed world in his body would be cut into countless pieces and some of them would be purged. If he entered Blue Sky Pass, these universe fragments that appeared out of nowhere would undoubtedly damage the buildings in the inner sanctum. However, it was different outside Blue Sky Pass as Xianxia could simply toss them away without affecting anything. Upon that realization, Feng Ying dashed forward and put the universe fragment inside her small universe. Then, she moved to a faraway place and discarded it. The universe fragment was just a dead land as all the world force was gone, so Feng Ying wouldn't keep it. After that, a universe fragment of a random size would appear near Xianxia every 10 to 15 days. They were obviously the universe fragments that he had discarded. The members of Dawn would immediately deal with these fragments so that Xianxia wouldn't be disturbed. As time passed, more and more universe fragments were disposed of and Xianxia's aura became increasingly more stable while he no longer appeared pale. It was apparent that things were going well. This situation lasted for 6 years. During this period of time, the members of Dawn had always stayed by Xianxia's side. Over the last 6 years, he had discarded countless universe fragments. When the last universe fragment was gotten rid of one day, there were no longer any impurities inside his small universe. The world tree, which was originally fixed to the sealed world, had been extracted and simply needed to be planted in his small universe. The instant the gigantic tree landed, Xianxia's entire small universe trembled. Even the world spring didn't seem able to curb the anomaly. At that moment, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness as he almost couldn't keep himself upright. An invisible force exuded from the World Tree's clone. With the World Tree as the center, countless invisible threads spread out in all directions. Those indiscernible threads penetrated every corner of Yang Kai's small universe, and within moments, the World Tree merged with the small universe and the two became inseparable. At that instant, Yang Kai felt that his small universe had become closely knitted and impenetrable. He already had a world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars, which protected his small universe from any external influences. When dealing with powerful enemies, his small universe wouldn't be impacted one bit regardless of the difference between their strength unless the disparity was insurmountable. Now that he possessed the World Tree, his small universe became even firmer. It surprised him to learn that the World Tree had the same effects as the 4 universe pillars. Such a notion never crossed his mind before. He had a feeling that even without the World Spring, he still wouldn't be invaded by black ink strength, for he now had the World Tree inside his small universe. This clone was also able to protect and stabilize his small universe, possibly to a greater extent than even the World Spring. In that case, he could let someone else have the World Spring so that there would be one more powerful master who wouldn't need to fear black ink strength. If one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could acquire the World Spring, he wouldn't have to worry about anything when dealing with the Black Ink clan. Besides that, Yang Kai soon realized another benefit of the World Tree. The World Tree was now closely connected to every corner of his small universe. Like a living creature, every time the tree breathed, it would affect his small universe as his world force would be refined. Although the effects wouldn't be conspicuous in the short term, his world force would undoubtedly become purer in the long term. In other words, Yang Kai would be able to unleash more powerful attacks even though he would be using the same amount of world force. There were already innumerable living creatures inside his small universe to begin with, and the flow of time was 4 times faster than the outside world. Even if Yang Kai never cultivated, the increase of his heritage would still be on par with any other cultivators. Hence, he didn't have to worry about increasing his heritage. With the World Tree in his possession now, the quality of his heritage would also be improved. Quality and quantity of world force were what determined whether an Open Heaven Realm Master was strong or weak. If both measures of a person could surpass those of the cultivators of the same generation, the achievements he or she would make in the future would be unimaginable. Other than the conspicuous benefits that Yang Kai would enjoy, the humans inside his small universe would also benefit from the World Tree's nourishment. In fact, the instant the World Tree became connected to his small universe, all the Emperor Realm Masters from the major sects could feel that a great transformation had taken place in the Void Continent. However, they couldn't tell what the transformation was despite instinctively looking in the World Tree's direction. With the World Tree's nourishment, countless geniuses started appearing in the star boundary generation after generation. Certainly, the same thing would happen to the humans living inside Yang Kai's small universe. Due to the quicker flow of time, the effects would be seen in just several dozen years. By then, Yang Kai could select talented people from his small universe and let them cultivate in Blue Sky Pass. Even if his Grand Daos were not suitable for these people, there were a lot of powerful masters from the cave heavens and paradises in Blue Sky Pass that could teach them. When these geniuses ascended to the Open Heaven realm, they would be a considerable force when dealing with the Black Ink clan. In other words, his small universe had practically become the second star boundary, as it was also an Open Heaven realm cradle now. These were the benefits of the World Tree he was currently aware of. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that a wonderful treasure like a World Tree clone would have even more uses. He just hadn't discovered the other benefits yet. Regardless, he could only take things slowly. In a joyful mood, Yang Kai examined his small universe one more time, and upon making sure that there were no problems, he slowly opened his eyes. Right then, he saw several burly figures staring at him in silence. They were none other than Zhong Liang and the other army commanders. He had no idea when they arrived at this place, but it was apparent that they hurriedly came over upon detecting some kind of anomaly. Yang Kai replied respectfully, "Everything is fine. I've fully isolated the World Tree's clone from the sealed world, and it is now closely integrated with my small universe." Ding Yao arched his brow. "Are there any benefits so far?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, I've detected 3 benefits so far. First of all, the World Trees clone has the same effects as the 4 universe pillars. It might even be superior to them. With the clone around, my small universe has become completely impervious to outside influence. At this point, he cupped his fist. Sirs, since I have the World Trees clone with me, I no longer need the World Spring. I'm willing to let someone else have it for the greater good of the human race. Upon hearing that, the army commanders exchanged glances as they were evidently surprised. They had never expected that the World Trees clone had the same effects as the 4 universe pillars. They wouldn't have found out about it if Xianxia never told them. With a frown, Zhongliang said, "That's very generous of you, but are you sure the clone can resist the black ink strength after you lose the World Spring? If you can't resist the influence of the black ink strength after giving up your World Spring, you'll never be able to leave Blue Sky Pass again." Xianxia replied, "Although I'm unable to verify it, the clone can indeed protect my small universe from any external influences. This protection feels even sturdier than the World Springs. Even if what you've said is true, I'll just stay inside Blue Sky Pass, so that I won't come into contact with the Black Ink clan." Zhongliang chuckled. "Good. Don't forget what you've said." He would rather let Xianxia stay in Blue Sky Pass forever to ensure his safety, so that he wouldn't have to worry about him whenever the latter left the inner sanctum. In any case, there's no rush to handle this issue. Even though you're willing to give up the World Spring, we'll need to have a discussion on who will take it over. Moreover, after you lose the World Spring, your small universe will no longer be complete. By then, you'll have to consume a profound in-spirit fruit to repair your small universe. All of that takes time. I'll leave the details up to you, sirs. The issue of giving up the World Spring was set aside for now, so Liang Yulong asked, "What is the second benefit?" Xianxia replied, "The second benefit is that the clone is able to refine my world force. With the clone in possession, the world force in my small universe will become increasingly pure." "That's a wonderful benefit," Dingyao tutade. Given Xianxia's current strength, he was already peerless among the cultivators in the same order. If the heritage in his small universe could be further refined, his strength would be significantly enhanced. In time, not only would he be more powerful than all other cultivators in the same order, but he would also be able to fight against cultivators that were an order above him. After pondering on it for a moment, Zhongliang said, "Even though the benefit is amazing, it won't have any conspicuous effects in the short term." With that said, Open Heaven Realm Masters enjoyed a very long life. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, time was on Xianxia's side. The third benefit has nothing to do with me, but it is still significant. There are many humans currently living in my small universe. With the World Tree's nourishment, many rare talents and geniuses will start appearing within 2 or 3 generations. Upon hearing that, Liang Yulong was surprised and confused. "What kind of talents and geniuses are you talking about?" Xianxia explained, "Sir may not be aware of it yet, but there is also a World Tree clone planted in my homeland, the Star Boundary. A few hundred years ago, I planted it there because my homeworld was at risk of collapsing after suffering too much damage in a great war. I only wanted to save my homeworld by planting the World Tree there, but to my surprise, several generations later, the average aptitude of the cultivators living in the Star Boundary had improved dramatically. The cave heavens and paradises have all set up Tao temples there to take on more disciples and raise some of their own from outside the Star Boundary. Before I came to the Black Ink battlefield, there were already a lot of talented youths who had the aptitude to directly ascend to the 6th Order and even the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm." Directly ascending to the 7th Order? All the army commanders were astonished. If a person directly ascended to the 7th Order, it meant that their upper limit would be the 9th Order. If such a person wasn't accidentally killed, they had a chance to become an old ancestor. "And you say there are many such people?" Zhongliang asked in a solemn tone. Xianxia nodded. "There are many who are able to directly ascend to the 6th Order. Though only a small number of people can directly make it to the 7th Order, I suppose every cave heaven and paradise will have at least 1 to 2 such people every 1,000 years. In the past, there had been some commotion as the cave heavens and paradises tried to take on disciples in my homeworld. Even though they were all in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, They couldn't help but gasp upon hearing that. Now, every cave heaven and paradise had 1 to 2 such geniuses in Xianxia's homeland within the same time frame. That was truly inconceivable. It would suggest that several thousand years later, there would be an additional 100 to 200 old ancestors. When these powerful cultivators arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, they would send a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. These army commanders were stunned as they could envision the bright future ahead of them. When the time came, with so many powerful human cultivators around, they might be able to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all. Xianxia went on to say, "The population in my small universe is not comparable to my homeworld, so there wouldn't be a lot of geniuses being born right away. With that said, there would still be quite a number of them. I plan to let them ascend to the Emperor realm in my small universe first, then they can continue cultivating in the inner sanctum until they make it to the open heaven realm." Zhongliang and the others finally came to their senses, and Dingyao promptly said, "By then, you have to look for a young person with an outstanding aptitude for me. This king will personally teach them." Xianxia replied with a smile, "That person will be extremely lucky to have Commander Yao's personal guidance." Zhongliang coughed, "I'll reserve one as well." Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo exchanged glances, and then expressed that Xianxia must not be biased. They would have to take on their own disciples as well. Certainly, Xianxia wouldn't object to it. All of a sudden, Zhongliang said in a solemn voice, "Xianxia, since this is a matter of those living inside your small universe, you have to address the issue of the small population. Since the world tree's nourishment can enhance the human's aptitude, it's certainly better to have more humans inside your small universe so that there will be even more talents." Shen Tumo nodded repeatedly. "That's right." Xianxia was torn between tears and laughter. "How am I supposed to resolve the issue of a lack of population?" Zhongliang said, "Since those humans are living in your small universe, you can just ensure that there'll always be food on the table for them and that they won't have to worry about anything when cultivating. Additionally, you can provide some incentives for giving birth. That way, you'll be able to increase the population." Upon hearing that, Xianxia nodded. "You have a point. I'll come up with ways to go about it." In fact, the population of humans living in his small universe had increased significantly over the years. After all, his small universe was abundant in resources, and there were no major conflicts. Even the commoners living in it wouldn't have to worry about most basic needs. Xianxia had never been concerned about the number of people living in his small universe. Being born, growing old, falling ill, and passing away were all parts of the cycle of life, and it was this very cycle that continued to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Now that there was a world tree clone in his small universe, though, Xianxia had to seriously consider how to increase the human population. You've just obtained the world tree, so it's not certain whether there are any downsides. You shall stay in the inner sanctum for the time being and not go anywhere, Zhongliang ordered. Moreover, it has been peaceful around Blue Sky Pass recently, and we aren't anticipating any major conflicts for several decades to come. You should seize this chance to cultivate and increase your strength." "Yes," Xianxia replied. "Sir, I'd like to head to Pill Hall." Zhongliang asked in puzzlement. "Pill Hall? Why are you going there?" Xianxia replied, "The owner of the sealed world that I consumed was a grandmaster alchemist. I happened to study the basics of alchemic Tao in the past and have refined a lot of that ancient senior's alchemic Tao essence after taking in his sealed world. Therefore, it could be said that I've acquired some of his inheritance." Zhongliang's brow twitched. "You're also well-versed in the alchemic Tao?" "I only studied a bit of it in the past. My achievements in it aren't worth mentioning now," Xianxia replied humbly. Dingyao frowned. "Do you want to continue cultivating the alchemic Tao? You'll risk being a jack of all trades but a master of none. Only by focusing on what you're best at would you have a bright future in the martial Tao." Shin Tumo nodded in agreement. "There isn't a lack of alchemists on the Black Ink battlefield. What we lack are ingredients to use in alchemy. Don't get distracted because of that." Xianxia cupped his fist. "Sirs have misunderstood. I'm not planning to cultivate the alchemic Tao. Other than acquiring a part of the senior's inheritance, I also discovered a handwritten record he'd left behind in the sealed world. Although it is tattered and incomplete, Some of the information is still useful. I just want to give something I found a test. If I succeed, it will result in pills that will be useful to those in the inner sanctum. A handwritten record? Ding Yao was surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand and fished out something that was the size of a palm. It was neither made from gold or jade. This item appeared quite dated and was tattered with quite a number of cracks on it. It was the handwritten record left behind by the sealed world's former owner. If Yang Kai hadn't swallowed the entire sealed world, he wouldn't have found this thing. The handwritten record was buried deep beneath the ground. Doing so, he had practically rummaged through the entire sealed world and dug up everything that was hidden within it. This handwritten record was one of the rewards of that effort. Another reward was a number of rare herbs that hadn't been picked in the sealed world. Yang Kai and Bai Yi hadn't fully explored the sealed world back then and had simply stopped doing so after discovering the medicine garden. Naturally, there were still a lot of herbs in the sealed world which were all now transplanted to the medicine garden in his small universe. The information in the handwritten record was messy. After all, this thing was both ancient and damaged. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was aware that this handwritten record contained the senior's insights on alchemy as well as some strange pill recipes. One of the relatively complete pill recipes especially caught his attention. After taking the handwritten record from Yang Kai, Zhong Liang infused his divine sense into it and went through the information. A moment later, he asked with a frown, "You can understand this?" As he examined it, he realized that there was indeed some information in the handwritten record. However, the words used were different from the modern language, so it was hard for him to comprehend it. There were also some strange words that were unrecognizable to him. They were apparently some ancient characters that had long ago ceased to be used. Yang Kai replied honestly, "I can only understand some of it, so I need to verify some things through experimentation." After all, he had refined a lot of alchemic Tao essence from the sealed world, so it could be said that he had acquired a part of the alchemist's inheritance. Yang Kai was probably the only one in the world who could understand the handwritten record. After Ding Yao and the others went through the note, they all appeared puzzled. Just like Zhong Liang, they didn't understand it. Following a moment of deliberation, Zhong Liang nodded. "You can go to Pill Hall. I'll inform them about it so that they'll give you the assistance you need." "Many thanks, sir." Zhong Liang waved his hand. "However, you must focus on cultivating and must not waste your time." "I'll not forget your guidance, sir." Zhong Liang and the others soon left the place. It was then that Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light and met up with the members of Dawn. Dawning Light soon turned into a streak of light that flew towards the inner sanctum. Upon entering Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai directly headed to the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall was a complex located in the northwest sector of Blue Sky Pass. All the alchemists in Blue Sky Pass gathered together in this place. It had to be noted that there were over 20,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, so the need for spirit pills was insatiable. They wouldn't require expensive spirit pills to cultivate, but when war broke out, the rate at which healing pills and restorative pills were consumed would be astonishing. Therefore, regardless of whether there was a war going on or not, those in the Pill Hall were always swamped with work. Every alchemist there had to exert themselves to produce the spirit pills that were needed by the soldiers in the inner sanctum. There was also a large medicine garden in the Pill Hall where a lot of rare spirit herbs were grown. Those from the inner sanctum couldn't possibly always rely on the people in the 3,000 worlds to send them herbs, so every great pass had its own medicine garden that was well taken care of. In the medicine garden in Blue Sky Pass, there were actually hundreds of profound fruit trees. The need for profound spirit fruits was also insatiable. A lot of soldiers in the inner sanctum had given up parts of their small universe before, so they longed for these fruit trees to bear fruit. Someone was already waiting for Yang Kai when he arrived at Pill Hall. The person's eyes brightened when he saw Yang Kai, and then he shuffled forward and cupped his fist. "You must be senior brother Yang." Yang Kai saluted him back. "It is this Yang." There was a hospitable smile on that person's face. "I am Tang Kun. The hall master has told me to receive you here. He has ordered that any demand you have is to be met." "I'm sorry for troubling you then," Yang Kai replied gratefully. "This way, please." Tang Kun extended his hand. Yang Kai thanked him again and followed him into the pill hall. The moment he stepped inside the main building, he felt a gush of hot air whisking across his face. The alchemists inside were clearly busy at work. Both sides of the main hall were lined with secret rooms. Most rooms were closed while only a small number of them were open and empty. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there was an alchemy furnace in every room that was not closed. There was also a grand array inside every room that was used to produce a potent alchemy flame. As Tang Kun moved forward, he explained, "There are 3 kinds of pill rooms in the pill hall, graded as heaven, earth, and mortal. Every room is equipped with an alchemy furnace and a grand array that's used to produce and regulate alchemy flames. In total, there are 200 mortal rank pill rooms, 50 earth rank pill rooms, and 8 heaven rank pill rooms. What kind of spirit pills are you going to refine, and what pill room would you like to use, senior brother Yang?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai replied, "I'm not in a rush to make any pills. There's something I need to ask you about, though." Tang Kun replied, "Go ahead. This Tang will tell you everything he can." Yang Kai then fished out a strand of spirit grass. "How much of this spirit grass do you have in the pill hall?" After taking the spirit grass, Tang Kun examined it and said, "Obsidian grass? We have some reserves of it in the pill hall, but there's not a lot. It's just a supplementary ingredient for refining the heavenly pearl soul-soothing pills, so there isn't a huge demand for it. Although we have some of this grass in the medicine garden, it's not a lot as we'll only use it infrequently." "A medicine garden?" Yang Kai was astounded. "There's a medicine garden in the pill hall?" Tang Kun replied with a smile. "Of course we have a medicine garden in the pill hall. Many of the spirit herbs found in the sealed worlds have been moved back to this place. After all, a lot of herbs on the Black Ink battlefield are different from those in the 3000 worlds. Sometimes even the master alchemists can't identify them. We still don't know what the uses of some of the herbs in the medicine garden are. Regardless, we've transplanted them to this place." Yang Kai nodded. "I need some of this obsidian grass." In the handwritten record left behind by the ancient alchemist, this spirit grass was not a supplementary ingredient for producing heavenly pearl soul-soothing pills, but the main ingredient for refining another kind of spirit pill. In the handwritten record, this spirit grass was not named obsidian grass. However, since Blue Sky Pass had its own name for it, Yang Kai didn't find it necessary to correct them. He just wanted to try out a pill recipe recorded in the handwritten record. It would be fine if he failed. However, if he succeeded, it would be wonderful news for the human race. Yang Kai then listed a few other herbs. Tang Kun took note of them and told some people to send these herbs over. Then, Tang Kun asked, "Are you going to be refining pills now, senior brother? What kind of pill room do you want?" After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "I'll use a heaven rank pill room, then." Since the pill rooms were divided into heaven, earth, and mortal ranks, he reckoned that the highest rank pill room would be the best. He was pretty skillful at alchemy back then, but compared to his cultivation now, his mastery of alchemy left much to be desired. His skills in alchemy were no longer on par with his cultivation, so he reckoned that he could increase the chance of successfully producing the pill he was trying to buy using a better room. Tang Kun nodded. "There happens to be an empty heaven rank pill room. Please come with me, senior brother." Upon finishing his words, Tang Kun led the way. Soon, Tang Kun led Yang Kai to a heaven rank pill room. There was an alchemy furnace that was as tall as a human in the pill room, and the abstruse patterns engraved on it suggested that it was no ordinary artifact. The alchemy furnaces that were placed in these heaven rank pill rooms were the best of the best in Blue Sky Pass and were personally created by the artifact refining grandmasters from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Such a high-quality alchemy furnace wasn't the only one in the heaven rank pill room, of course. To the other side of the pill room were 5 other alchemy furnaces of different sizes. The smallest one was only the size of a baby's head, while the largest one was as tall as 3 humans stacked on top of each other. The one Yang Kai caught sight of upon entering the room was only medium-sized in comparison. It was apparent that these alchemy furnaces were refined with various different situations in mind when it came to refining spirit pills. Tang Kun explained the uses of these alchemy furnaces and passed Yang Kai a token. "There is a grand array in this pill room that is used to produce an alchemy flame. you'll be able to control the alchemy flame after refining this token. Basically, every alchemist had their own alchemy flame, and using their own alchemy flame would allow them to be entirely in their element when refining spirit pills. However, refining certain special pills was a time and labor-intensive process, so it would be better to make use of the alchemy flames in the pill rooms to save some energy. Xianxia used his conflagrated knowledge C when he practiced alchemy in the past. It was the best alchemy flame in the alchemic Tao at that time. Nevertheless, as his cultivation improved and his divine sense became more refined, his conflagrated knowledge C could no longer keep pace with his needs, and the alchemy flame in the pill room would undoubtedly be the best help for him now. Xianxia gratefully accepted the token. Tang Kun went on to say, "You refine this first, senior brother. I'll urge them to hurry up and prepare the herbs you requested." "Many thanks." Xianxia expressed his gratitude, and after Tang Kun left, he sat down cross-legged and started refining the token. The token was a simple item, so just an hour later he was done refining it. With the help of this token, Xianxia could control the grand array in this pill room to draw on its alchemy flame. Soon, all the herbs he requested were sent to him by Tang Kun. After a quick examination, Xianxia confirmed that these herbs were exactly what he needed, and they came in a large quantity too. "This Tang will stop bothering you then, senior brother. Please feel free to call on anyone if you need assistance or other materials." Tang Kun bid him farewell and took his leave. After he was gone, Xianxia selected a suitable alchemy furnace in the pill room and organized the herbs so that he could use them when needed. He hadn't practiced alchemy for a long time. The last time he did so was when he was refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills in Voidland. His skills in alchemy were somewhat rusty now. Moreover, the pill recipe he obtained from the ancient senior's handwritten record was incomplete as the medium it was recorded on had aged and become tattered. There wasn't a lot of useful information on it, and not a single pill recipe was complete. In order to complete the pill recipe he was interested in, Xianxia had to try out many different methods. However, if his experiment turned out to be successful, the benefits it would bring to the human race would be immense. The prerequisite was that the spirit pills that were produced based on the pill recipe really had the effect described in the handwritten record. Xianxia then emptied his mind and started condensing the medicinal liquid. This step wasn't difficult for him. With a high-quality alchemy furnace and a potent alchemy flame that he could make use of, he just had to be cautious. Experienced alchemists usually wouldn't make a mistake in this step. Only novices might fail at condensing medicinal liquid. After he was done with condensing the necessary medicinal liquids, Xianxia poured them into the alchemy furnace. He then focused on controlling the alchemy flame and meticulously refined the pills according to the process described in the handwritten record. 1 hour later, a strange noise was heard coming from the alchemy furnace. Then Xianxia caught a whiff of something burnt. He froze for a bit, knowing that his attempt had failed this time. With that said, he didn't appear to be disappointed. He never expected to succeed in producing the pills on his first attempt. After all, the pill recipe was incomplete to begin with. He just wanted to familiarize himself with the medicinal efficacies and the process so that he could complete the pill recipe. Only with a complete pill recipe would he stand a chance to refine useful pills. Xianxia cleaned up the alchemy furnace and threw the residue away. After taking a moment to rest and review, he began his second attempt. As time passed, he became increasingly immersed in the process as he recalled the days when he used to practice alchemy in the past. He had not worked on improving his mastery of the alchemic Tao for centuries, so his skills were indeed a bit rusty. However, he was taught alchemy by the heavenly way itself back then. If he had persevered and moved forward in this grand Tao, his mastery of alchemy would have been just as great as the alchemy grandmasters in Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, his time and energy were not infinite. The martial Tao was the most important pursuit in his life, so he was willing to give up other things that would distract him from focusing on it. As more and more herbs became burnt dregs, Xianxia gained a better understanding of the pill recipe in the handwritten record. However, there was always a bottleneck he could not break through when trying to refine this pill. Something essential was missing from the pill recipe in the handwritten record. Xianxia reckoned that this key component was some kind of spirit herb, though he didn't know what it was. He could only try out different types of herbs to figure out what was missing. With that said, he wasn't blindly carrying out experiments. Since the handwritten record was found in the senior alchemist's small universe, the herbs listed in this pill recipe were most likely grown in his medicine garden. Therefore, the herbs Xianxia had selected were the ones he could find in the medicine garden in the sealed world with seemingly appropriate properties. He decided to experiment with all these herbs first, and if he still didn't succeed, he would then come up with a new plan. Those from the pill hall had given him their full support, so over the next month, Xianxia had asked for more herbs from Tang Kun 8 times. Every time, Tang Kun would always promptly send him what he requested. However, Yang Kun was astounded at Xianxia's need for such a large amount of herbs as he wondered what kind of pills the latter was making. It had to be noted that spirit herbs on the black ink battlefield were even more precious than cultivation resources. Although the army commanders had ordered them to fully support Xianxia, they couldn't possibly let him endlessly consume so many herbs without yielding any results. One day, an energetic old man, whose hair and beard were gray with age, arrived at the pill hall. Wherever he went, the alchemists would stop and call out, "Grandmaster Zhu Gu." This couldn't be helped, as this old man was one of the top 3 alchemy grandmasters in Blue Sky Pass, Zhu Guming. When it came to the alchemic Tao, only the hall master and another grandmaster were comparable to him in the entire pill hall. Could even be argued that he was the best alchemist in Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, he was a whimsical man who didn't know how to liaise with others. Otherwise, he would have become the hall master of the pill hall. The current hall master had even declared that his skills in alchemy were slightly inferior to those of Zhu Guming. When Zhu Guming arrived at the medicine hall where herbs were managed, he knocked on the table and listed the herbs he needed. The deacon, who was in charge of the medicine hall, hurriedly invited him to have a seat before personally looking for the herbs the grandmaster wanted. A moment later, the deacon came over and saluted Zhu Guming. "Grandmaster Zhu Gu, the herbs you want are here. However, there's a lack of green feather rattan at the moment. I've asked someone to pick it from the medicine garden. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Please bear with us." Zhu Guming nodded and asked, "Has that old thing Zhou Fang been refining universe formulation pills recently?" Universe formulation pills were very high-grade spirit pills, while Zhou Fang was one of the top 3 alchemy grandmasters in the pill hall. Other than the hall master, the 2 of them were the most important figures in the pill hall. However, they were considered rivals as they were experts in the same Tao. It had been thousands of years since they arrived at Blue Sky Pass, but they had never stopped competing against each other in the alchemic Tao. Certainly, they had also never stopped arguing as neither of them was willing to make a concession. Apart from the hall master, only Zhu Guming and Zhou Fang were able to refine universe formulation pills in the entire Blue Sky Pass. Green feather rattan was the main ingredient for refining universe formulation pills, and it wasn't needed for producing other pills. That was the reason Zhu Guming had this speculation. Upon hearing that, the deacon shook his head. Grandmaster Zhou didn't take it. It was junior brother Tang Kun. Zhu Guming frowned. What does that brat Tang Kun need green feather rattan for? There was a helpless smile on the deacon's face as he replied, I have no idea. However, he said that it was Xianxia who wanted those herbs. Moreover, the army commanders have ordered us to provide all the support he needs. Xianxia. Zhu Guming arched his brow. That Xianxia. Although the Grandmaster didn't speak clearly, the deacon understood him as he nodded. Yes, that Xianxia. Xianxia had practically become a household name in the Blue Sky Pass. Even though those from the Pill Hall had not been on the front lines of the fight against the Black Ink clan, they had all heard that Xianxia as his arrival had brought a lot of good news to the soldiers in the inner sanctum. He had created a way that could help the humans from the different great passes purify Black Ink strength after all. He's also well-versed in alchemy? Zhu Guming was slightly surprised. The deacon looked around, and upon making sure that no one else was around, he said, Perhaps he knows a little about alchemy, but he's definitely not an expert. Over the past month, he has used up many rare herbs. I've asked junior brother Tang Kun about it, but he said that Xianxia hasn't even produced a single spirit pill. I'm sure you're aware that green feather rattan is only used to refine universe formulation pills, so we don't have a lot of it in reserve. He has practically used up all of our stock over the past month, and I haven't even included the other herbs. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming furrowed his brow. Isn't he just causing trouble, then? The deacon nodded repeatedly. I agree with you. The herbs in the inner sanctum are precious, and every herb wasted could have been used to save a soldier at a critical moment. However, since the army commanders have given the order, we can only oblige. Zhu Guming's face fell. Where is Yang Kai? The deacon replied. Junior brother Tang Kun has helped him settle down in Heaven Rank Pill Room 3. Zhu Guming rose from the chair. I'll have a look. A shocked deacon hurriedly dissuaded him from doing that. Grandmaster, please do not make things difficult for Yang Kai. It was the army commander's order, after all. So what if they're the army commanders? If they're so capable, they wouldn't have to consume the spirit pills this Zhu refines when they're injured. After finishing his words, he left the place in a fury. The deacon was dumbfounded. He felt heartbroken that Yang Kai had wasted so many herbs, so he just wanted to whine about it in front of Zhu Guming a little. It never crossed his mind that he would create such trouble. He was fully aware of Zhu Guming's temperament. Things would get ugly if the Grandmaster got into a conflict with Yang Kai. While the deacon was anxious, he saw someone sauntering towards him. Upon seeing the person, he quickly went over. Grandmaster Zhou! The person was none other than one of the top 3 alchemists in the inner sanctum, Zhou Fang, who was on bad terms with Zhu Guming. Zhou Fang grunted as he calmly placed his hands behind his back. With a dispassionate expression, he ordered, Go get some green feather rattan for me. This old master is ready to refine some universe formulation pills. A lot of those pills were consumed in the previous war, and there aren't a lot in stock in the war materials hall now. Universe formulation pills could be considered strategic resources, so there would usually be some reserve of it in the war materials hall. However, all of those pills would be fully consumed after every major war. After all, there were only 3 people in the inner sanctum who could produce these pills. Upon hearing this, the deacon felt his head aching, for he was asked to get green feather rattan again. Although the ingredient was fairly rare, there would usually be some reserve of it in the medicine hall as it was only used to make universe formulation pills. However, he was unable to get his hands on it at the moment. With a helpless smile, he replied, Please give me a moment, Grandmaster Zhou. Just now, Grandmaster Zhu Gu came over and took all the green feather rattan. I've asked someone to collect some from the medicine garden, but it will take some time. Zhou Fang frowned at that. That old fart Zhu Gu took all the green feather rattan? There was still a lot of it when I came here previously. The deacon kept a helpless smile on his face. There's none left. Zhou Fang snapped. That old fart Zhu Gu has gone too far. It's not necessary for him to use such a dirty trick, even if he doesn't want to let me refine universe formulation pills. Upon hearing that, the deacon was flabbergasted. You've got it wrong, Grandmaster Zhou. Grandmaster Zhu Gu only took a small amount of green feather rattan. Stop smoothing things over. Where's the old fart now? I need to give him a piece of my mind. The deacon was on the brink of breaking into tears as he tried to explain. It really wasn't Grandmaster Zhu Gu who used up all the green feather rattan. Before he asked for it, someone else had been consuming the herbs. Zhou Fang was surprised. Is there another person who can refine universe formulation pills now? No. A helpless deacon repeated what he had said to Zhu Guming earlier. A myriad of expressions came over Zhou Fang before he turned around and left. That's ridiculous. This old master is also going to have a look. The moment he arrived at Heaven Rank Pill Room 3, he saw Zhu Guming standing outside. There was a young man who sported a servile smile in front of him, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the young man was Tang Kun. Tang Kun was heard saying, Grandmaster Zhu Gu, you can't disturb senior brother Yang while he's in the middle of refining pills. You're also an alchemist, so you are surely aware of what will happen if an alchemist is disturbed in the midst of alchemy. If the army commanders find out about it, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Zhu Guming glared at him. No one is telling you to bear the responsibility. Regardless of what happens, I will take all the blame. After he finished speaking, he was ready to barge into the room. The terrified Tang Kun quickly stopped him. Zhu Guming growled, "Stinking brat, do not force me to make a move on you. Although I'm an alchemist who knows nothing about fighting, I'm still an 8th order master. It's not difficult for me to deal with you. That young boy has indeed made some significant contributions to the inner sanctum, and I've heard that he's even killed a territory lord. However, alchemy and fighting are two different things. All the herbs in the inner sanctum are precious, so none of them should be wasted. Why is he here trying to refine pills instead of killing more enemies on the battlefield? He's just causing trouble for no good reason." With a bitter expression, Tang Kun nodded repeatedly. "You have a point, Grandmaster. However, Senior Brother Yang is in the middle of refining pills right now, so you can't disturb him. Ah, you're here as well, Grandmaster Zhou. Please help persuade Grandmaster Zhu Gu." Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming turned his head. When he saw Zhou Feng ambling towards him, he snorted with disdain. Zhou Feng stood in front of them and shot Zhu Guming a dismissive look. "Can't you just admit that you're old? You've lost all your courage, and all you know is how to shout." Highly improper. Like a cat whose tail had been stamped upon, Zhu Guming roared, "I'm indeed old, but you're in no way younger than I am. You said I've lost all my courage. What courage do you have?" Then, Zhou Feng scoffed, "Of course I'm more courageous than you are." Following that, he landed a slap on the back of Tang Kun's head. "Scram, you smelly brat." He was also an 8th order open heaven realm master, so although he rarely fought with anyone, his cultivation was not just for show. Upon impact, Tang Kun directly collapsed to the ground and fell into a dazed state. He wasn't harmed at all as Zhou Feng only used a bit of force to move him aside. Zhu Guming was speechless at the sight. "Open the door." Zhou Feng snorted at Zhu Guming. Zhu Guming pressed his lips together. "Why don't you open the door?" Zhou Feng replied, "I was in a rush when I left my place, so I didn't bring my Vice Hall Master token with me. Every pill room had its exclusive access token, and no one could open it without that token. This measure was implemented to protect the alchemists so that they could focus on refining pills. However, the tokens held by the Hall Master and the Vice Hall Masters could be used to open all pill rooms in case of an emergency. If an alchemist fell into danger in a pill room, the Hall Master or a Vice Hall Master could use their tokens to open the barriers and look into them. Both Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng were Vice Hall Masters, so they had the right to do so. Zhu Guming sneered, "Seems like you're just a coward who is afraid of bearing any responsibility." Despite what he had just said, he still fished out his Vice Hall Master token and performed a hand seal before casting a beam of light. The pill room's door slowly opened as a gush of hot air rushed at them. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng stepped into the room at the same time and frowned. That was because this pill room was void of any pill fragrance. Instead, it was filled with a burnt, acrid smell. It suggested that things were not going well in this room, as the alchemist must have failed more than once. The two alchemy grandmasters felt heartbroken. Every failure meant that precious herbs had been wasted. They heard from the medicine hall that Xianxia had stayed here for a month already and taken quite a number of herbs. He must have wasted a lot of good things in that amount of time. They increasingly felt that Xianxia was messing around. Zhu Guming had a straightforward temperament, but just when he was ready to openly chastise the young man, Zhou Feng suddenly stopped him and motioned for him to keep quiet. Zhu Guming narrowed his eyes before turning them forward. There was a young man who was seated with his legs crossed in front of an alchemy furnace, using his power to control the alchemy flame. Although two grandmasters had barged into the room, he didn't seem perturbed one bit and remained completely focused. Zhu Guming's expression turned milder as he was somewhat surprised. This performance suggested that Xianxia was a calm and collected individual. An alchemist was most wary of being distracted when making pills, so Xianxia maintaining his calm even when intruded upon was a praiseworthy feat. Upon closer look, Zhu Guming realized that Xianxia had only started this round of alchemy as the latter was still condensing medicinal liquids. This was the first step of any pill refining process. Even though it was a simple step, an alchemist's foundation could be judged during this process. As Zhu Guming observed, His expression changed slightly, for he realized that the young man wasn't just messing around like what he had imagined. It was apparent that the young man's foundation was solid, judging from the way he condensed medicinal liquid. Since he was able to condense different types of medicinal liquid at the same time, it also suggested that he wasn't someone who knew nothing about the alchemic Tao. With that said, he could easily spot mistakes in the young man's process. Despite that, he was still pleased with what he saw. As he continued to observe it, he soon became puzzled though. He could recognize every herb that Yang Kai threw into the alchemy furnace. He could also identify their medicinal age and instantly figure out what kinds of pills required these herbs. Additionally, he understood when would be the best time to add the medicinal liquids into the furnace. Nevertheless, when all of these herbs were combined, he couldn't figure out what pill was being made. He thus turned his head and realized that Zhou Feng was also looking attentively with a perplexed expression. Zhu Guming couldn't help but ask secretly, "What pill is he making?" Zhou Feng frowned. "I don't know. Can't you tell?" Zhu Guming refuted. "Why would I have asked you if I could figure it out?" Zhou Feng replied. "It looks like he's trying to refine a new kind of spirit pill." Zhu Guming was shocked. Are there still any spirit pills in this world that we're not aware of? It had been many thousands of years since they began cultivating the alchemic Tao, and they were versed in essentially every pill recipe in existence. However, Yang Kai's process puzzled them. There was no doubt that it was a new pill recipe, so they couldn't help but wonder what spirit pill this young man was working on. They initially wanted to reprimand Yang Kai and tell him to do what he was best at and leave refining pills to the experts. Since he was able to fight against the enemy, he should focus on doing that. However, neither was interested in chiding him anymore as they were absorbed in observing his process and waiting for the result. Just an hour later, a pop was heard coming from the alchemy furnace. Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng felt their chests tightening as they thought it was such a shame. The moment a burnt smell exuded from the alchemy furnace, Yang Kai let out a sigh and got to his feet. Tang Kun, who was stunned by Zhou Feng's slap earlier, had already come to his senses as he stood behind the grandmasters. Seeing that the two grandmasters were not disturbing Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything as well. It wasn't until this moment that he rushed over and said to Yang Kai, "Senior brother Yang, these are the Vice Hall Masters of the Pill Hall. They're also two of the best alchemy grandmasters here." He then introduced him to Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist. "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." Tang Kun looked apologetically at Yang Kai. "Please forgive me, senior brother Yang. The grandmasters insisted on coming over to have a look upon learning that you're refining pills here. There's nothing this Tang could do." Yang Kai understood him. Even though he was focused on his alchemy just now, he was fully aware of what was going on around him. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to be distracted at that time. Despite knowing that the expressions of Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng at the time suggested that they did not simply want to have a look at what he was doing. Before Tang Kun could finish his words, Yang Kai waved his hand. "I already intended to seek help from the Pill Hall to begin with. Even if the grandmasters hadn't come looking for me, I would still have requested to visit them." Yang Kai never expected that he could complete the pill recipe he found in the handwritten record on his own. He initially wanted to familiarize himself with the basics of the process and then seek help from the Pill Hall to complete this task. After all, he was the only one who could understand the handwritten record. Only when he was at least a bit familiar with it could he explain the details to the alchemists in the Pill Hall. Even if Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng never looked for him, he would have asked Tang Kun to introduce him to the alchemy grandmasters in the Pill Hall soon. Could be said that Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng had arrived at just the right time. He reckoned that it would be best for the professionals to take over now. Tang Kun had no idea whether Yang Kai was serious or just consoling him, but he was relieved that the latter showed no intent to blame him. Zhu Guming was never a patient man, so after waiting for a bit, he hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, what spirit pill were you trying to make?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "Grandmaster Zhu Gu, the spirit pill I was trying to refine is called the Purifying Black Ink Pill." "What?" Zhou Feng raised his voice. "Purifying Black Ink Pill." Yang Kai enunciated every word. Zhu Guming and Zhou Fong exchanged glances. Most of the time, the uses of spirit pills would be obvious from their names, and the name of the spirit pill was quite thought-provoking indeed. Zhu Guming frowned. Could the use of this purifying black ink pill be? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Zhu Gu. It is as you think. Purifying black ink pills are used to purify black ink strength that has invaded humans. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming and Zhou Fong gasped at the same time. Tang Kun, who was standing beside them, widened his mouth and sported a look of disbelief. Yang Kai explained slowly. In ancient times, there were already human masters who fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. The seniors of ancient times were truly ingenious and seemed to have developed these purifying black ink pills that could be used to resist black ink strength. However, this pill recipe had been lost with the passage of time. Recently, I happened to find a tattered handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist in a sealed world. I found the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill in that handwritten record. Unfortunately, the pill recipe is incomplete as the handwritten record was in poor condition. I've been trying to complete the pill recipe during this period of time, but I've yet to succeed. Zhu Guming hurriedly said, A handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist? Where is it? Zhou Fong also looked fervently at Yang Kai. Although they were already among the best alchemy grandmasters alive, there was no end to the pursuit of knowledge in this grand Tao. They reckoned that the insights and knowledge of a senior from ancient times could help them improve their skills. Therefore, they were deathly curious about the handwritten record that Yang Kai had mentioned. It would be of great help to them if they could have a look at it. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep this treasure to himself, so he promptly fished out the record. An agile Zhu Guming took the handwritten record and infused his divine sense into it. Zhou Fong, who didn't manage to get his hands on it, was clearly anxious and kept glaring at Zhu Guming, as though he was trying to kill the latter with his gaze. He initially thought that it would take Zhu Guming a long time to read it, but just a moment later the latter appeared speechless. I don't understand it at all. Incapable and ignorant fool. Zhou Fong snorted as he rudely took the tattered handwritten record from Zhu Guming and infused his divine sense into it. Zhu Guming shot him a glance and snapped, I'll write my name backwards from now on if you can understand it. Zhou Fong sported a solemn expression as he focused on going through the handwritten record. A while later, he retracted his divine sense and appeared dejected. This senior's intelligence is indeed unrivaled. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guming snorted. Many of the characters found in this handwritten record were from ancient times and were completely unrecognizable. They could identify some of the words, but they couldn't understand the meaning behind them when they tried to piece them together. Apparently, the language used in ancient times was different from the present. Such a handwritten record was definitely invaluable. However, it wouldn't be of much use if it couldn't be comprehended. Ignoring Zhu Guming's mockery, Zhou Fong turned to Yang Kai and asked, You can understand it? Zhu Guming became energized as well. When he observed Yang Kai practice alchemy just now, he realized that the latter had made some excellent progress in the early steps, but failed as the process went on. It was obvious that Yang Kai had comprehended the first part of the pill recipe of these purifying black ink pills. Yang Kai replied, I can understand most of it. In fact, he was also unable to recognize most of the words in the handwritten record. However, after he refined the alchemic Tao essence left behind by the senior alchemist, he could intuit the meaning of those words despite not being able to identify them. Zhu Guming and Zhou Fong were elated upon hearing that, with the former saying nervously, Tell us about the purifying black ink pills recipe. Perhaps we'll be able to help. Zhou Fong nodded repeatedly. The two of them had always been on bad terms as each believed that they were better than the other when it came to their skills in alchemy. They rarely saw eye to eye, but in order to have a detailed explanation of the pill recipe of the purifying black ink pill now, they decided to put their grudges aside at least temporarily. It had always been Yang Kai's intention to seek help from the grandmasters in the pill hall, so he wasn't the least bit upset. He then explained to them everything he knew about the pill recipe in detail, while Zhu Guming and Zhou Fong listened attentively. It took Yang Kai an hour to finish explaining what he knew. After that, he let out a sigh. The handwritten record has been in existence for far too long, which is why it's so tattered. The most valuable information in it is the purifying black ink pill recipe. However, even that is incomplete. I've repeatedly tried different methods to complete it. Everything went well in the initial stage, but it wouldn't be long after that I'd fail. I imagine that one or more key herbs were recorded in the missing part of the pill recipe. If we can figure out the missing part, the pill recipe will be complete once again. Zhu Guming nodded. Your speculation is likely correct. However, we have no idea about what's missing from the pill recipe. Well, it's not like we're completely clueless. The first part and much of the latter section of the pill recipe are complete. We're only missing a piece from the middle. We can figure out the missing part by making some deductions based on the first and last parts of the recipe. There was a solemn expression on Zhou Fang's face. Despite that, it won't be an easy feat. Is it one herb or several herbs that are missing? What is the appropriate amount? When is the best time to add the herbs to the furnace? There are a lot of variables involved. A lot of herbs will be consumed if we want to complete this recipe. Zhu Guming countered. The humans from all the great passes have spent countless herbs trying to create something like this purifying black ink pill over the years. Now that we already have a half-complete pill recipe though, we just have to figure out the missing part. Why would we shy away from this relatively easier task? Zhou Fang nodded. You have a point. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, the humans from the different great passes have tried to refine a purifying black ink pill before? Zhu Guming nodded. Of course, we've all tried making such a pill before. The invasion of black ink strength has been an unsolvable problem for millennia. Once a human was invaded by black ink strength on the battlefield, they had no choice but to give up a part of their small universe, thus putting an end to their martial Tao. Therefore, alchemists like us thought that perhaps we could create a kind of spirit pill that could resist or purify black ink strength. Coincidentally, we also named such pills purifying black ink pills, though they were never successfully created. Zhou Fang said, we spent countless years and resources on this project, but unfortunately, no progress was ever made. Even though a lot of strange pills had been created during the process, they were unable to resist the black ink strength in the end. In fact, before your arrival in Blue Sky Pass, this old fart and I would study how to refine purifying black ink pills in our spare time. However, after you came to Blue Sky Pass and brought with you purifying light, we decided to give up on making such pills. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhou Fang said, by the way, since there's alright purifying light, would purifying black ink pills still be useful even if they're created? Zhu Guming quickly turned to Yang Kai as he also realized it. Yang Kai replied solemnly, they'll still be useful. Even though purifying light is able to cleanse black ink strength, casting it requires valuable resources. There will come a day when these unique resources are depleted. By then, without purifying light to rely on, we'll have to make use of purifying black ink pills to ensure our safety. On top of that, purifying light is currently sealed within the purifying black ink battleship of each human army. On the battlefield, if a human soldier is invaded by black ink strength, they have to retreat to a purifying black ink battleship. That is fine if the battleship is nearby, but what if the vessel is too far away for one to return promptly? In that case, purifying black ink pills will be more useful than purifying light. You have a point. Zhu Guming nodded, then turned to Zhou Fang. We'll do our best. Then, if we can really create working purifying black ink pills, perhaps our names will be remembered by the future generations. Zhou Fang was excited at that. We'll definitely do our best. I'll leave it to you then, seniors. Yang Kai had explained most of the purifying black ink pill recipe to them, and he also shared with them his failures during this period of time so that they wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of the matter. He would just let those from the pill hall figure out the complete pill recipe of the purifying black ink pills. In fact, Yang Kai could have passed everything to the pill hall right from the start. The reason he had spent a month practicing alchemy was that he wanted to familiarize himself with the recipe and verify its feasibility first. Even though it was proven that it was possible to create purifying black ink pills, and the pill recipe was only half complete, it would still take them a long time to figure out the missing parts. Before Yang Kai left, he said to Tang Kun, You should tell those in the medicine garden to begin nurturing large quantities of obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the grandmasters can really complete the pill recipe, those two ingredients will see a huge increase in demand. Tang Kun nodded. Leave it to me. He had listened to the conversation between Yang Kai, Zhu Guming, and Zhou Fang, so he was aware of the importance of this matter. The main ingredients for refining purifying black ink pills were obsidian grass and green feather rattan. If the pills were successfully created, the amount currently grown in the medicine garden wouldn't be anywhere near sufficient. After leaving the pill hall, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return home. Instead, he headed to the war materials hall. Now that it was somewhat peaceful in the inner sanctum, and that there was no harassment from the Black Ink clan, it was the best chance for Yang Kai to get some rest and cultivate. When the Black Ink clan struck again, he wouldn't have any free time. Strictly speaking, he was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he needed a lot of time to strengthen his cultivation. After all, accumulation was key to the cultivation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. The War Materials Hall was always bustling with noise as people were constantly coming and going. Yang Kai stood in front of a counter and held out his identity token. Behind the counter was a beautiful woman who took the token. After looking into it, she gazed at Yang Kai in shock. Are you Yang Kai? A lot of people in Blue Sky Pass had met Yang Kai before, but there were even more people who had never seen him. Most of them had only heard of his name, which was why this woman asked this question. Yang Kai replied, If there's not another Yang Kai in the inner sanctum, I'm the one. The woman smiled. It's really you, Senior Brother Yang. Do you need anything? Please help me check how many military merits I have. Yang Kai requested. Please give me a moment, Senior Brother, the woman replied. The information in the War Materials Hall was shared with the Merit Hall. The transactions of the military merits of all human soldiers were recorded in detail in the Merit Hall. After all, it wasn't easy for human soldiers to earn military merits on the Black Ink battlefield, so no negligence could be tolerated. Soon, the woman reported a figure. Yang Kai was shocked upon hearing it and blurted out, Why do I have so few? The woman was astounded and asked back, You call that few? According to the information she had found, Yang Kai could be considered wealthy when it came to military merits. Most people only had a fraction of his savings. However, Yang Kai was fully aware of how many contributions he had made recently. When he went to Forward Base 4 previously, he and the members of Dawn had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen. He even managed to save Bai Yi and worked with her to kill Zhu Feng. In the last battle, the two of them even assisted Cha Hu to execute a territory lord. After occupying Forward Base 4, Yang Kai brought out the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which allowed those from Blue Sky Pass to move the universe worlds back from different resource harvesting areas. Following that, he opened up 11 portals to ancient sealed worlds. All those were contributions he had made. Just the fact that he and Bai Yi had worked together to kill a territory lord would have earned him a lot of military merits. According to his own estimation, he should have at least 3 times more military merits than the figure he had just heard. Do you want me to help you check the transactions of your military merits? The woman asked. Is it all right for you to do so? Yang Kai gazed at her. The woman put on a faint smile. Our information is shared with the Merit Hall. It's certainly all right for me to do so. After she finished speaking, she started looking into the matter. A moment later, she sported a doubtful expression. Senior Brother, from what I've gathered, you had a transaction last month that cost a lot of military merits. However, this piece of information is classified, so I'm unable to access it to find out what you traded for. Do you not know what you traded for? Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. He had just finished refining the world tree a month ago, so he hadn't traded his military merits for anything. The next instant, he suddenly realized that his military merits must have been exchanged for the world tree. Cha Hu had said that the world tree's clone could be given to him, and those from the inner sanctum wouldn't object to it. However, Yang Kai would have to exchange his military merits for it. No one could judge how valuable a world tree clone truly was, for it was one of the rarest and most precious treasures in the universe. The army commanders must have told the people in Merit Hall to deduct Yang Kai's military merits. Although it was a large sum, the figure was nothing compared to the real value of the world tree clone. Yang Kai relaxed upon that realization. On the other hand, The woman behind the counter examined Yang Kai with her alluring eyes as she wondered what he had traded for. This piece of information was so important that it was classified to the point even she couldn't access it. This had never happened before. Is there anything else you need, senior brother? We've received a lot of good things in the War Materials Hall recently, the woman asked. Yang Kai initially intended to trade for some spirit pills to increase his cultivation speed, so his interest was piqued when he heard that. Recently, those from the inner sanctum had been mining many universe worlds, so it wasn't surprising that some interesting stuff had been found. I'll have a look first, Yang Kai replied. All the tradable resources are here. Please take a look, senior brother. As the woman spoke, she passed him a jade slip. After taking the jade slip, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it. Just like what he had seen previously, the jade slip recorded all the purchasable resources. The number 1 item on the list was still profound in spirit fruits, but they were currently out of stock. It was apparent that this item was always hard to come by. Although they had found a lot of profound in spirit fruits in the sealed world left behind by the senior alchemist, the need for such fruits was insatiable in Blue Sky Pass. The moment the spirit fruits appeared in the War Materials Hall, they would be snapped up within a few hours. To the humans, there could never be enough profound in spirit fruits. Only when all of the open heaven realm masters, who had given up parts of their small universes, fully repaired them would such spirit fruits lose their value. As Yang Kai scrolled down, he was shocked by the second item on the list, and he couldn't help but gaze at the woman and ask, "There are world fruits here?" The words world fruit were written on the second row of the jade slip. There was a note behind it which said that they were mid-rank world fruits picked from the World Trees clone. World fruits were also the third item on the list, but these were low-rank world fruits. Certainly, Yang Kai knew where the world fruits came from, for he and Cha who had personally picked them from the World Tree clone. Nevertheless, he had never expected that they would be listed in the War Materials Hall for others to buy. The woman nodded. Yes, but there are only a small number of mid-rank world fruits left. There are still a lot of low-rank world fruits, though. Yang Kai was astonished. There are still some mid-rank world fruits? These items should have been snapped up by the soldiers in the inner sanctum by now. After all, the effects of world fruits were simply too amazing. When Yang Kai consumed a world fruit back then, he directly ascended to the 6th order from the 5th order. Not only did it help him save lots of cultivation time, but it also extended the limit of his martial Dao. It was inconceivable that there were still some of them left. The only reasonable explanation was that these world fruits were different from the ones he had consumed in the past, so they were less valuable. As expected, the woman explained, You might not be aware of it yet, senior brother, but it is said that these world fruits were picked from a World Trees clone, so they're not as amazing as the ones in the legends. Even if a person consumes a mid-rank world fruit, it will only help them increase the heritage of their small universe a little. It can't help them directly ascend to the next order. It also requires a lot of military merits to trade for these world fruits, so most people would rather get more resources and just cultivate slowly. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai finally realized the reason behind the current situation. It was expected that the world fruits produced from the World Trees clone were not as incredible as the ones from the Mother Tree. The weakest soldiers in the inner sanctum were in the 5th order open heaven realm, so mid-rank world fruits should supposedly be quite attractive to them. However, military merits were not easy to come by, so no one was willing to squander them. What about the low-rank world fruits? What are their uses? Even the low-rank world fruits grown on the Mother Tree were not very valuable, let alone the ones from a mere clone. In the War Materials Hall, there was a stark difference between the military merits needed to trade for these two kinds of world fruits. The woman replied, "A low-rank world fruit is able to help rapidly restore one's world force. It's equivalent to a potent spirit pill." It was not different from what Yang Kai was aware of. "Senior brother, you're in the 7th order open heaven realm, so these two kinds of world fruits are useless to you. You'll only restore your strength by consuming them. Do you still want to purchase them?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I was just curious." These mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him since their effects were not so incredible. It wasn't necessary to waste his military merits to purchase them. As Yang Kai continued to scroll down, he realized that there were really a lot of wonderful things that he had never seen before. They must have been extracted from those universe worlds. With that said, Yang Kai didn't lack cultivation resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds to head to the Black Ink battlefield, he had prepared enough resources to help him ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. In the end, he simply purchased some spirit pills that were used for cultivation and left the War Materials Hall. To this day, Yang Kai had never had his own residence in Blue Sky Pass, so he just lived with Feng Ying. Fortunately, Feng Ying was a battalion commander in the past, so she was important enough to have her own courtyard with a lot of rooms. He soon returned to his residence, and the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Feng Ying came over as she had heard some noises. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had returned, she was surprised and asked, "Are you done with everything?" Yang Kai let out a sigh. "It's not so easy. I've passed everything to the pill hall, so I no longer have to worry about it." Feng Ying nodded. "That's good. You should focus on fortifying your cultivation instead of getting distracted." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion now, so you have to pay attention to the affairs in the inner sanctum. Inform me if there's any emergency." "Good." Feng Ying nodded, then fished out a square wooden box. "This is for you." "What is it?" Yang Kai took it and asked in puzzlement. Feng Ying shook her head. "Army Commander Zhong Liang told someone to send it here a few days ago. Supposedly it's a reward for you. I don't know what it is." Yang Kai measured the wooden box's weight with his hand and realized that it wasn't heavy. After he opened it, a red spirit fruit the size of a baby fist came into his sight. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. A world fruit. Feng Ying arched her brow. "A high-rank world fruit," Yang Kai exclaimed. He and Cha, who had worked together to pick the world fruits from the world tree clone. Even though there were a lot of world fruits, most of them were low rank while some of them were mid-rank. As for high-rank world fruits, there had only been 6 of them. Even if Cha, who had also acquired some high-rank world fruits, there shouldn't have been more than a dozen or so. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were placed in the War Materials Hall for the soldiers to get. Yang Kai initially wondered where the high-rank world fruits were. It never crossed his mind that he would see one here. He was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so mid-rank and low-rank world fruits were useless to him. Only the high-rank ones were useful to him. So, it's a world fruit. Feng Ying wasn't aware of what was inside the box before opening it. It wasn't until this moment that she realized it was a world fruit. Worried that Yang Kai might have some unrealistic expectations, she said, "The army commanders have told some people to study these world fruits. They've found that the world fruits grown on the clone are not as amazing as the ones in the legend. With that said, you can indeed increase the heritage of your small universe by consuming this thing, which saves you some cultivation time. It's best for your current condition. However, it can't help you directly ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm." The army commanders are indeed thoughtful. Yang Kai nodded and stored the wooden box. "I'll start cultivating now then. Please keep an eye on the affairs around here, senior sister. Call out to me in case of an emergency." "All right." Feng Ying waved her hand. Yang Kai bowed his head and returned to his own room. Following that, he activated the restriction around the room and sat down with his legs crossed. After emptying his mind, Yang Kai opened the wooden box and fished out the high-rank world fruit picked from the world tree's clone. The fruit was fragrant and tasty. In the past, he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit that came from the mother tree, which allowed him to directly ascend to the 6th Order from the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. He could still clearly remember the sweet taste of that fruit. After examining the baby fist-sized fruit for a moment, he placed it into his mouth and bit down on it. The moment the peel broke, his mouth was filled with a refreshingly sweet taste. A sense of warmth streamed into his stomach. The next instant, a gale blew across his entire small universe as a large amount of world force appeared out of thin air. Even the world tree in his small universe rustled lightly. This new power was harmless and devoid of any impurities to Yang Kai. It was so indescribably pure that anyone could easily absorb it. This was the abstrusity of the world fruits. Xianxia quickly pulled himself together and started circulating his secret art. Every time his small universe undulated, his heritage would be strengthened a little, which allowed the world force in his small universe to become more ample and solid. The situation lasted for more than 10 days. It wasn't until half a month later that Xianxia felt that he had fully refined the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. As he examined his small universe now, he couldn't help feeling moved. Although he already knew that a high-rank world fruit wouldn't allow him to directly ascend to the 8th order open heaven realm and could only save him some cultivation time by strengthening his heritage, he was still pleasantly surprised at the outcome. The heritage of his small universe had increased by 20%. One must not underestimate a 20% increase in heritage. If he were to cultivate in seclusion, it would have taken him 300 to 500 years to achieve the same result. In other words, a high-rank world fruit from a world trees clone had saved him 300 to 500 years of cultivation time. This was indeed an incredible benefit. 300 to 500 years of cultivation would allow him to fully consolidate his 7th order open heaven realm cultivation and increase his strength significantly. Because it was very hard for an open heaven realm master to ascend to the next order, often taking hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, some people had proposed that every order should be divided into early, middle, and late stages. That would allow them to quickly judge the power of an open heaven realm master. According to this kind of classification, Xianxia was still just in the early stage of the 7th order open heaven realm. Even though he was still in the early stage after consuming the world fruit, his power had been significantly strengthened. Nevertheless, this kind of classification was too complicated, so it was not universally accepted. With that said, it explained why there could be such a huge gap in strength between two open heaven realm masters who were in the same order. A newly promoted 7th order master was only in the early stage, while someone like Fengying was definitely in the late stage of 7th order open heaven realm. The difference between them was several thousand years of accumulation, possibly even longer. The huge gap between their heritages meant that they wouldn't be equally matched if they got into a fight. A high-rank world fruit had saved Xianxia several hundred years of cultivation time, so what if he consumed even more of the fruits? He couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. With that said, Xianxia knew that it was unlikely to happen. There were only a dozen high-rank world fruits that were picked from the world trees clone, and the reason he could get one was that he had made some significant contributions in the past. There were other high-rank open heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass who must have also made great contributions, and these high-rank world fruits should be given to them as rewards. Furthermore, even the 8th Order division commanders and army commanders would benefit from consuming these high-rank world fruits. On top of that, the benefits gained from refining the same kind of treasure would always decrease with repeated consumption. One high-rank world fruit had saved Xianxia 300 to 500 years of cultivation time, but the effects of a second would likely yield half that benefit at most. As for a 3rd or 4th fruit, there might be no benefits at all. It was a characteristic shared by essentially all precious treasures. Regardless, Xianxia was already pleased with the increase in strength after having one high-rank world fruit. However, he now needed some time to adjust to the sharp increase in heritage and power. It wasn't until a month later that he let out a long breath. Although he still wasn't fully adapted to his increased strength, it was at least manageable now. Even if he got into a fight with a formidable enemy, he would be able to fully utilize his power. After getting some rest, he fished out a set of 7th order materials and refined them. In the past, he would always refine 6th order materials when cultivating. However, since he was a 7th order open heaven realm master now, he was able to refine 7th order materials. Refining materials equivalent to one's own order had always been the quickest and most desirable way for open heaven realm masters to steadily cultivate. Still, high-rank open heaven realm masters usually wouldn't squander materials in such a way. 7th order yin and yang element materials were extremely rare, and they were considered strategic resources in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use such resources unless it was absolutely necessary, and no one would refine them just to cultivate. However, Xianxia was different. Yellow and blue crystals had been piled up like mountains in his small universe, so he would never be lacking yin and yang element materials. He had also prepared a lot of 5 element materials that were sufficient for his own cultivation. On the black ink battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by increasing his strength and quickly ascending to the next order. Therefore, he didn't mind refining 7th-order materials to increase his rate of cultivation. In the past, an open heaven realm master, who apparently had nothing better to do, had carried out a certain experiment. He refined a set of 4th-order materials, then refined open heaven pills equivalent to the cost of a 4th-order set of materials. Comparing the two, the increase in power from refining a set of 4th-order materials was only half that of the increase in power from refining open heaven pills. The person obtained the same result after experimenting with 5th-order materials. In other words, the increase in power one would gain from refining a set of materials was only half of what one could gain by refining open heaven pills of the same value. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't want to squander their wealth by refining a set of materials. The open heaven realm master who carried out the experiments never experimented with 6th-order and 7th-order materials because he wasn't strong or wealthy enough. However, the results would most likely be the same. In short, it was a waste of resources to refine 6th-order and 7th-order materials. What was wasted wasn't the power of the materials, of course, but the maximum value these materials could bring. However, Xianxia's primary goal was to increase his strength as quickly as possible, and he wasn't lacking materials, so he didn't mind trading value for speed. Refining open heaven pills was too slow compared to refining 7th-order materials. As time passed, a set of 7th-order materials was absorbed and added to the heritage of his small universe. Even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, it still took Xianxia quite some time to refine a set of 7th-order materials. It wasn't until half a year later that the power of the 7th-order materials became depleted and they crumbled into dust. Xianxia opened his eyes as a light flashed across his gaze. His eyes were as bright as two suns. The heritage of his small universe had increased after he refined that set of 7th-order materials. However, he felt that something was off during the process, but it wasn't really a bad thing. It was just that the speed at which he refined materials was quicker than what he had expected. It was the first time he refined a set of 7th-order materials, and he had never experienced such an anomaly before, so he wasn't sure if there was really anything wrong. As such, he didn't stop refining them. As he recalled the entire refinement process, Xianxia realized that such speed was actually outrageously quick. It had to be noted that it would take him roughly the same time to refine a set of 6th-order materials when he was in the 6th-order open heaven realm in the past. Since he had ascended to the 7th order, it was expected that his refinement speed would increase as well, but this was still ridiculously fast. What he had refined was a set of 7th-order materials, which were starkly different from 6th-order materials. A set of 6th-order materials was worth about 130 million to 150 million open heaven pills. When Xianxia was in the 6th-order open heaven realm, he could refine more than 100,000 open heaven pills every day. If he traded a set of 6th-order materials for open heaven pills, it would thus take him 4 to 5 years to fully consume them. Nonetheless, it would only take him half a year to refine a set of 6th-order materials. He initially thought that it would take him a few years to refine a set of 7th-order materials which were worth approximately 10 times as much as a 6th-order set of materials, so he was truly surprised at the outcome. After giving it a thought with a frown, he fished out a set of 6th-order materials and refined them in silence. While he was refining the materials this time, Xianxia also paid close attention to what was happening in his small universe. In just 1 month, the set of 6th-order materials lost all its power and became valueless. Upon opening his eyes, Xianxia fell into his thoughts. When he was a 6th-order master, it would take him half a year to refine a set of 6th-order materials. Even though his strength had increased as he was now a 7th-order master, it shouldn't have been so quick and easy for him to refine these materials. He initially estimated it would take him 3 to 4 months. The only explanation was that something was increasing his efficiency when refining the materials, and that assistance must have been provided by the World Tree clone that had merged with his small universe. He had been paying close attention to the World Tree clone when refining the materials, and although there didn't seem to be anything off about it, Xianxia was certain his increased rate of refinement had something to do with the tree. The only major difference between when he was a 6th-order master and a 7th-order master was the World Tree clone's presence in his small universe. It seemed that the clone was able to significantly increase his speed of refining resources, though he didn't understand the reason behind it. Despite that, it was a huge benefit to him as he could refine a set of materials much quicker now. In other words, as long as he was willing to spend time cultivating, Xianxia would be able to increase his strength at a much faster rate than other cultivators. The effects wouldn't be conspicuous in the short term. However, ascending to the 8th order from the 7th order was a long process of accumulation. The benefits of the World Tree clone would make a huge difference in the long term. When he told the army commanders about the 3 benefits he was aware of after planting the World Trees clone in his small universe, Xianxia felt that there might be more hidden benefits, and had said as much, but didn't go into detail. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from them, it was just that he didn't know them at the time. If he hadn't decided to cultivate in seclusion this time, he wouldn't have discovered this benefit at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to him. It had cost him a lot of military merits to get this World Tree clone. However, the merits were nothing compared to the benefits that this clone had brought him. The clone was as good as free. Since he was in a jovial mood, Xianxia even found joy in this kind of supposedly boring method of cultivation. He then fished out another set of 7th order materials and refined them. If others saw Xianxia right now, they would surely curse him out as a wastrel for squandering so many materials away.